'Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should pull myself up from the roof. 'Cause you fucking love it when I fade. 'Cause you won't look after my wounds. I suppose you will never regret it. I should pull myself up from the roof. 'Cause you fucking love it when I fade.
Hello everybody! JK with that first. How are y'all doing today? How is everyone? It's time for a tiny game tier list. My voice didn't crack. That was you. That was you. How is everybody doing today? I am so excited. Cloaked, welcome in. Snoop Pigeon, welcome in. And of course, I already welcomed JK. JK is welcomed as the first, of course. Alright. Now, does anybody actually remember what games we played in Tiny Game Tuesday Season 4? Because it took place like around the course of a year, half a year ago. So, like, it went on a long time. There were so many games. Alright, hi, can't be here now, be back soon. Okay, JK. Understand, I'll see you around. Fun. That's Season 5. That's not even Season 4. We're not covering Final Profit today. We're gonna need to wait at least a month, alright? Because, like, I still need, like, that season is almost over, too. That's how badly we're handling this. Yeah, that's Season 5. We never did a tier list for Season 4. Giggle Clot! Say Mom! Yeah, I never got around to it. There's a lot of stuff on my plate. I finally got this one cleared out. Give it a month or two. Like, after the end of Season 5, maybe we'll have the next one up as well for Season 5. Anyway, your prediction. B tier! Yes, that is something we are celebrating today. The B tier emote is currently follower only for the day. So, anytime you want to celebrate with B tier, feel free to do so. Cheers. Because remember, creating a game is a success, and getting to B tier is exceptional. You, like, with your limited resources, you made it to B tier. Oh, Chris, almost 3 years, keep it up, Shuckle, thank you! Oh, okay, so that does mean we're gonna be putting on the squid hat. You know, let's get that out of the way early. Squid hat. Ugh. It's good to stretch right at the beginning. Good job keeping me on my toes. Ugh. It always makes turning this way better. B tier's your greatest accomplishment as a dev. You know, I don't know if that's... I don't know how to take that. You know, I'm gonna take that as a... Yeah! Alright. We'll see how, like, how our Cataclysm fares when I can actually play the game, right? Alright. You actually don't have anything on this tier list, Cloaked. You don't. Maybe I should, like, go out of my way to play another one of your Game Jam games. Alright. We're gonna be looking slightly cluttered. Alright. Looking a little cluttered, but hopefully, I think this looks pretty good. We've got our logos, we've got our trailers ready to go. Don't even think you have any new Game Jam games. We've been busy. What? Oh my god. Alright. Gonna stop that music, and I know this is probably gonna be a little jarring to play, like, music from other video games, but, that's the playlist I have. So we're gonna be listening to some video game music. Imagine being busy couldn't be you. I feel like that's some kind of lie or joke. Alright, let me actually start the trailer. Okay, it's looping. Now, I couldn't show the full trailer because it just wouldn't fit on screen, so hopefully this cropped version is good enough. We are going to be starting off our tier list, clearly, with Pendulum Swing. Lie, joke, those are the same picture. You know, you're right. That is a proper use of the meme. I accidentally just closed the tab. Thanks. Thanks, Butterfingers. You did a great job. You did a great job closing the review. Mari, welcome in. How are you doing? Alright, so our first game on the tier list is called Pendulum Swing. The Complete Journey is the tagline underneath it, but I don't think that's part of the actual... I think that's the version. It goes for $13 on itch and on Steam. And I played for about 6 hours through the main story because I kinda rushed. What are we doing? Well, you see, I play a lot of games on Tuesday, a lot of indie games that people haven't heard of. And so we're doing a Tiny Game Tuesday tier list! Exclamation point TGT! In order to get access to the game list that we are going over the reviews of today and the tier list as well if you would like to make a tier list yourself. Feel free to rank it on anything you like, from, you know, how much you like the logo, to how fun it was to watch play, or to just spam B tier. You know, all of these are equally valid tier lists. It's also a memory test, true. Alright, so, yeah, I played for about 6 hours. I kind of just did the main story stuff. There's a lot of side stuff, but not all of it really caught my attention. We'll get into that. So, it's... For genres, it's a top-down social RPG. It's got dating sim elements. It's got a lot of side quests. So for pros here, it's got fun music, great theming. You know, it's got a roaring 20s aesthetic. They're all S tier. They're all cool. Ooh, that's super positive, Mari. Let's see. It's got a compelling world and immersive environments, and it kind of dwells on, like, some deeper topics, which is always something I appreciate. But then we get into the cons, alright? And there's some pretty decent cons with this game from my experience. Because, like, it's mostly fetch quests. And in one rather egregious example has made me coin a term. I don't know if it's actually coining, but I call this a mediation quest. Wouldn't cool be a C tier? Not if you spell it incorrectly. But mediation quests. There's, like, this one quest in this game where there's two people who are having a disagreement who are, like, right next to each other, and you have to keep walking back and forth between the two to mediate between them. And I have called this a mediation quest, and it is like a fetch quest, but worse. The game also suffers from some long load times. The plot is a little bit predictable, and some of its mechanics were a bit underutilized. Super cool would be more appropriate. There you go, there you go. So here's my actual review. There are a lot of things to love about Pendulum Swing. A world with rich lore, characters with silly dialogue, addressing a lot of serious topics relevant to today's age, but when we get to the fine details, I begin to be left unsatisfied. The game boasts many NPCs and quests, but most of them are fetch quests, or worse, mediation quests, which are like fetch quests but with dialogue instead. The worst case is having to go back and forth multiple times in the same plaza, or through the game's long loading zones. When a game doesn't feature combat, it's important to mix things up with your quests to keep the audience engaged, because that was one of the selling points of the game, is that it doesn't have combat, right? And when you do that, you know, you kind of have like a cozy game. You have to still have some kind of hook to keep people interested, and the world could do that, but for me it didn't really. Yeah, when a game doesn't feature combat, it's important to mix things up with your quest to keep the audience engaged. And I'm not sure Pendula... Why did I call it Pendula Quest in here? It's Pendula Swing does this very well. I'm not sure Pendula Swing does this very well. There are many mechanics that are already in the game that could work well, such as fishing, puzzles, or the analysis tab, which, because this is also a detective story a little bit, but all of these are left underutilized. There are also hundreds of NPCs to talk to, do quests for, or romance, but many of them don't stick around or are introduced just for the plot, so it becomes fairly obvious where the plot is leading before you get to that point. A couple more recurring characters would have done wonders for the mystery element of the main story and left the finale with more impact. That said, I still felt immersed in the world and I wanted to know more, and living the casual life in a fantasy setting is one that is underexplored and I would love to see more of. Bump it up a tier as compensation for misnaming it. Oh my god. Alright, so is this game worth it? At the time I wrote, I want to say yes, but I am a bit mixed. And, like, looking back on Pendula Swing, I gotta say I still think kind of like that. So we're gonna put it in B tier, alright? Because it's a functional game, it's got some great lore, it's got lots of interesting characters and fleshed out environments, but, like, something that, like, stood out to me when I remembered the game is how difficult its inventory management is. Okay, the trailer kind of lagged there for a minute. It's okay. Just, yeah, those sort of things, like, stick out to me as not having the best time with it. And, like, some of the romance elements kind of felt a little shoehorned in. Okay, like, the whole plot of the game is you're going after, like, an artifact of yours that was stolen, and, when you find somebody involved with stealing your axe, your battle axe, and you, like, confront them, as soon as you're done with that confrontation, you can immediately try to romance the NPC. It's some of the most jarring shit. And, like, I don't know if it even suits the character. I mean, I guess it does, because the character would do this with just about anybody. But, like, holy moly! She's obsessed with romance. Yeah, speedrunning romance. Yeah, exactly. This character. She's... There's no question of the day you can ignore this time. No, but there is a tier list you can ignore if you want to. So, like, that's a little goofy. It's a little goofy just how quickly we jump to, romance in some of these circumstances. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. So, it's a kind of a mixed bag. I want to kind of put it at lower B tier, although right now it's the top of B tier, so congratulations. B tier, best tier. Alright, so next on the list here is that, did it change on my, yes, we're going to be talking about Project Mallow. Okay, so Project Mallow is a precision platformer. See, there's going to be about 47 questions of the day if I were to guess. They all boil down to where we put in that game. True. Alright, so Project Mallow, it's $8 on itch and Steam. Or at least I've written it down as $8. I shout outs to my mom for helping format the version of this list that you guys get to see. And she did some price checking and made sure to list on both platforms, like, what the price is, and if it was on sale at the time, what it was on sale for. You checked all of them? That's what I thought I said that. Did I like misspeak again? I've been having so many times lately where I just skip a word. Skipped a word. Did I do it again? Oh my god. Alright. But, okay. It's $8. You can find it on itch and Steam. You said most. God dang it. Alright. Bye, Mari! I think you're leaving. I think that's what it means.
Let's have a drink.
Okay, okay. Cheers. I do like to hydrate. It just tastes a little funky after having some sweet, sweet Martinellis. And yes, by the way, the ad I did say there would be pizza. There is pizza. Because another shout-outs to Giggle Klutz, my lovely mom, for making pizza. Actually, I don't know. Did I? Yippee! Yes, pizza. Pizza. The jury has spoken for the sentence, no pizza for Shuckle. Yippee! You would deny me the pizza my mom made me? Well, dang, I gotta wait till Mari's gone. Alright, so, for the length of Project Mallow, let's get back on track. Project Mallow, it took me, longer than 6 hours. I didn't make it to the end in the full course of 6 hours. It's a precision platformer, it's 2D, it encourages speedrunning, and there's some puzzle elements where you have to try to get some collectibles. You're not part of the jury, you simply state the facts. Would that be does that mean you're a prosecutor or defense? Does that like, are you a lawyer? Or, Pigeon, I need to know these sort of things. Okay, so the pros for this game, we've got a great OST, fun engaging platforming, there's great customization, the puzzle aspect can be quite fun, and the humor and storytelling are motivating. Like, they make me interested to continue playing the game. But the cons is that the great OST I mentioned is sped up and slowed down depending on the level. So, most music is meant to be played at 100% speed and not at half speed or 2 times speed. And this game, it shows. It shows. None of these songs were designed to be played like that. And, for me, that was a bit of a detriment. Many of the game's levels feature backtracking, which is not too great in a precision platformer. Level unlock qualifications can be rather high, because in these levels you have to grab collectibles, and if you don't grab enough collectibles, you don't unlock the next levels. And, I like it in my precision platformers when completing the level is enough. But there's also some strange hitboxes, which you'd think might be one of the more consistent things in a game of this genre, but it is not. It's been a while since I have played, but from what I remember, it's kind of like the top of your sprite, which top of is a little bit weird considering you can rotate and stick to walls and stuff, so I don't know exactly how to phrase this. If you don't unlock the next level, it means you have more backtracking to do. Exactly. Oh my god. So, Project Mallow starts fun and interesting. The only way you can move is by jumping, and you can stand or stick on any safe platform. So, think of it controlling a bit like Jump King, except you can't walk, and you can stick to walls. So, that's the kind of movement we're talking about here. Where you sit there, you charge up, and then when you release, you launch. So, it's a little funky. But this does create levels that are full of fascinating movement options that make you think. However, the jump mechanics can be precise, it can be imprecise and slow, which under time pressures and tight, deadly platforming can be infuriating. Right, because you either have to grab collectibles or beat it in fast time, right? Is it both? Are you timed and grab collectibles? Is that which one this is? Oh my god. You'd simply win. Easy cheesy. Have fun, the game's $8. I could get it for you on Steam. Let's see. The jump mechanics can be imprecise and slow, and which under time pressures and tight deadly platforming can be infuriating. A jump needing to charge before you launch makes many late game levels feel downright cruel, as there are fast moving saws, lengthy backtracking, and a hitbox that is larger than your character appears. I think I like every gimmick the game has to offer, though the lack of explanation for what graham crackers do made things very confusing. Right, because you can armor yourself in the game eventually to survive some hits. So, like, I got graham crackers and I had no idea what they did. Of course, I'm just calling them graham crackers because of the theming that you're a marshmallow. Does it mean that they're graham crackers? Could be cardboard. I don't know. None of them by themselves would break this game for me. It's a lot of little things adding up that hinders my overall experience. I also enjoyed the OST. However, in each world, the music starts slow and speeds up over time, meaning the last level of any given world, the music is high-pitched and wailing, hindering focus and looping quickly. I feel as though this decision does not do the soundtrack justice, or gameplay justice, and harms the experience greatly. Is it worth it? It's fun to mess around with, but do not expect to be able to 100% as the difficulty gets absurd. Now, in the year since I've played this game, like, it hasn't stuck particularly fondly in my memory. Like, I think I would sooner return to Pendulous Swing than I would return to Project Mallow. Because, like, there's a lot of interesting things about Mallow, about, like, figuring out how to beat the level as you, like, look at it and look at, like, all the different elements in there, like buttons and like, chocolate and fire, whatever. There's a lot of things to look at and figure out how you beat the level. But the clunky impreciseness of the controls and hitbox is something that just needs more polish for me to enjoy it. Like, yeah, I think that's something that I kind of need in a precision platformer. And then, yeah, the music just made me completely unable to focus. I think, if I remember the stream correctly, after a point we just switched to calm Mario music. To be fair to the dev, they state very plainly, brutally difficult hardcore puzzle platforming. Yeah, you know that I am okay with hard games. I do play difficult games. It's just that, like, this one's not a very fun difficult for me. I don't think that backtracking is a very fun difficulty. I don't think that, like, the precision, like, the speed kind of precision that you need for this, because, like, when you need to, like, have a perfect angle and a perfect hold down of your mouse, like, it's so weird, and, like, it doesn't enable you moving fast very well, and then wants you to speedrun a level. And it doesn't hit for me. It doesn't hit for me. And that's, it's a shame. It's a shame. Also, it looks like I forgot to cut this one out properly. We'll get to this one. We'll get to it. Struggle, don't think so hard, sweetie. We have almost 50 to do. Oh yeah, true. I am slowed down a lot. Whoops. We need to get going. Okay. Peck and Run. Peck and Run. This one should be short and sweet, alright? And it actually, this trailer is honestly, like, really good. I think it's very, very funny. In a second here, I might actually, like, play it for you from the beginning. But it's a $1 game on itch by Spilt Milk Studios. And it is, you can do about 10 minutes per run. It's an arcade game, fast-paced, high score, right? Those are the kind of gameplay you got here with like a top-down run back and forth, alright? The pros is that's an adorable premise, easy to pick up, and the scoring system leaves room for taking large risks to score higher. The cons is that the movement is imprecise and difficult to aim. Which, I think this might be a game jam, so like some little hiccups might be expected. Hold on, let me read. It might not be a game jam. Well, if it's a game jam, it's not listed as a game jam. But it is a silly, sweet, short little game. So, alright. So here goes my review, alright? Peck and Run does one thing, and it does that thing well. Peck the food on the beach to collect score, run from the waves to keep it from washing away. This simple gameplay loop is addictive and drawing you in to play again. That said, the controls can be a bit difficult to aim, meaning it's easy to peck next to a shellfish without collecting it, or run back and forth past it entirely with a single tap. There's a bit of snap to compensate, meaning the game will actively help you face the shellfish, but it's still more loose than I'd enjoy. Overall, though, it is simple, fun, but a bit short-lived. Is it worth it? I'd say yes. And, for that, I think I'm gonna put it in B tier above Pendula Swing for now. I might reorder this later. But, okay. I need to show you guys the trailer now. Hold on. Here, okay. Wait.
Peck and Run! Peck. Run. Peck. Run. Peck and run. Peck. And run. Peck.
I love this thing. I love it.
And run.
It's so simple to the point, but also just like very silly. I love it. According to user on Peck and Run, I need this OST shits fire. It is good. It is a good song. But moving on, we're gonna talk about Talamir. Yeah, very silly indeed. Now, Talamir. This is... Boy, the Talamir's one hell of a game. Alright. It's $4 on itch and Steam. The length it's highly variable. As far as I'm aware, there's no end. The genre's roguelike, asterisk, depending on what you think a roguelike is. And in this case, I'm applying it because the maps are different every time and the pickups are different every time. It's chaotic, platformer, difficult action. With pros that it's very unpredictable, and the weapon system is engaging. The cons is that there will be cheap deaths, and the jumping is weird. Talamir turns the roguelike genre on its head. Many roguelikes have a goal you reach to win, an end to the madness. This one is endless. You get what you get. Go forth and see how far you can go. You can make the game easier or harder for yourself, if you have the heart to do it, because you have to sacrifice kittens to make it easier. And each level of difficulty goes on a different scoreboard, which I have never seen before with a game like this. The tone of the game is dark, crass, and gritty without much light at the end, but it's also incredibly humorous. Which is, it's very back and forth, it's like, it's on both ends of the metronome. Let's see, after all, though, you will die eventually, and as such, you have to hope that the mechanics support this style of play, and for the most part, I think they do. Rushing in is a death sentence, so they give you a giant shield you can use to protect yourself with, protecting from anything in front of you. This, coupled with an arsenal of blades and guns, gives you an interesting ways to get around potential problems. The jump system allows you to jump infinitely, with sometimes level design requiring you to thread the needle of your movement through spikes. I'm not a fan of the jumping, as it can feel floaty and strange. However, I'm not sure how fixing it would work, considering the high level of mobility needed to survive the ridiculous threats before you, so it works. Is it worth it? Not my favorite cup of tea, but one I still enjoyed and had a hard time putting down. I think this is one of those roguelikes that, you know, like, you die so quickly that, like, if you do die quickly, you can succumb to the one more run, over and over and over again. Personally gave me a somewhat similar vibe as Noida, which is chaos. I have that game, it got gifted to me by a friend, and I just haven't found the time to play it yet, considering my stream schedule is currently 2 days a week. But I do want to try it sometime soon. I can't say sometime soon! It could be never! Never could be soon! Thanks, JK? No, actually, it wasn't JK. It was somebody else. It's a personal friend from, like, real life gave me the game because he saw it was on sale. Anyway, Talamir, I'm gonna put it right now between Pekka Run and Pendula Swing. Like, even though I think Talamir has, like, a higher... Like, both of these games, I think, have a higher production value than Pekka Run. My preference for them has put them, like, right here. I might change my mind on Talamir later. We'll see as I continue down this list. B tier, best tier, guys. B tier. Oh, I forgot to lock the trailer. Oh no. So that's fine. We were gonna talk about this game anyway. Because it's time for Katya's Abyss Tactics. And okay, I don't even know where to start with this game, alright? So this game is $5. I say I don't even know where to start, we start with the price, like always, alright? You can buy it on Steam and on itch for $5. The campaign took me at least 6 hours. I think I didn't finish it on stream. I know I played, like, a good part of it on stream, though. The genre is Minesweeper Tactics and Arcade. With the pros being, it's a different take on the Minesweeper concept, and it has very fun secrets, because, yeah, there's a campaign mode, and you can unlock secrets and stuff, and it's just very fascinating. The cons is that, like, defusing bombs is slow and not very well explained in the tutorial, and the game has limited hotkeys. Alright, my review goes as follows. Katya's Abyss is a Minesweeper game where you are on the ground level, and you are attempting to mine energy from the planet around you without dying to the horde of bugs. There are things that Katya's Abyss does well about this, and things that it does poorly. Let's start with the good. There are multiple kinds of units with 2 different modes each. Fighter, Artillery, Scout, Medic, Barrier, Radar. Each of these have their own uses in both forms, and having to upgrade units from one into another is an interesting way to make the upgrades feel, and actually be, more valuable. The world also feels gritty, and the music is very good. Levels in the campaign have varying goals, such as to collect a certain amount of energy to win, escort a unit to the end, or simply survive against the horde of bugs. Having a variety of level goals helps keep the game fresh in a way I enjoyed playing. The radar unit also helps with some of the large flaws with having Minesweeper be your progression mechanic by being able to tell you if a given space has a mine on it. The mine themselves, though, are where the flaws begin to show in the gameplay, however, as your drilling units do have a temporary upgrade where they can disarm one space at the cost of energy. In order to do this, you have to press several buttons for every single mine. Unit, upgrade, unit, action, defuse, and then sometimes move. With the extreme density of the mines, especially in later areas of the game, this process can become exceptionally tedious. Having a diffuser be a dedicated unit, or having multiple methods to defuse mines, would have been a great way to combat this tedious pace. Another thing that can get in the way is the refineries. It's not that they're too weak, no, they're too strong. When a refinery creates a unit, that unit is able to take a full turn, both in movement and action. Refineries can also create refineries. This means that on a single turn, you could in theory create as many refineries as you have the energy and space for, and the next turn they could create as a barrage of units with no penalty. Some limiting factor on this should have been considered, as it can break difficulty with ease. Another thing is the bug swarms. Typically bugs swarm in 3 different ways. In darkness, where your units can't see them, or in walls after digging or diffusing, or finally randomly across the map in waves. I have no issue with the first 2 methods, but the final one I think needs some refinement. There is a radar graphic which shows you that bugs are approaching, but it doesn't tell you where they're coming from. In tactics, it's important to have options to be able to predict such things and be able to react appropriately. In this case, I think having hot zones appear where bugs could spawn could be a great way to allow you to move, instead of having bugs spawn on top of your refineries without warning. Perhaps this is another use for the radar unit, allowing you to see where bugs can spawn in a wave, while having a cost attached to it. All in all, though, I think these quirks don't get too much in the way of my enjoyment of the campaign, and it's a fun take on a game that almost everyone knows and loves. Is it worth it? I love it despite its rather rough edges, and I do, alright? Like, I know I just spent a wall of text talking about all the little flaws with the game. Absolute A tier. Alright? Because Minesweeper as a tactics game, it works. It works! I love it! And my, my picking at all these little things that I didn't like about it is exactly because I love it, alright? You know you like a game when you spend 10 minutes talking about its problems. Yeah! It means it got me thinking about it, and that's very good. So I love this game, alright? I love it a lot. And like, I hope that they, keep making games, and, if there's ever another installment of it, I will play it. I will. I will. I promise. Alright. So next we're going to talk about Boiling Over, and a disclaimer for this game is that the only part that exists is a demo, and unfortunately the development team as of this point has kind of disbanded. What do you mean, what the fuck? It's a cute game! Give them some slack, developer problems can happen. So unfortunately development on this game has kind of ceased for the time being, perhaps forever. Yeah, rest in peace, and also trans rights. But because it's a demo, it is free, and you can go play it right now if you want to. I beat the demo in about 40 minutes, and it's a visual novel with some resource management and quick time events. So, like, managing your time while also doing quick time events can be kind of interesting, and I think it's one of the ways that quick time events are used properly. I remember all the 6 games you've mentioned. What's going on? Wow, Pigeon, you've got such good memory. Wow. So the pros is that it's got internet humor, and I think it's used in a more realistic way, more of how, queer people talk to each other. It's got good art, and the characters are interesting from what we get to see of them in this demo. The cons is that your movement catches on objects, and it's a little bit clunky. So, as you move, your sprite can catch on places you think it wouldn't. And it's a bit of a shame. Alright. So this game is a demo at the moment of reviewing, and will likely remain so. A lot needs to be done before it's ready to go, but the general principles are in place, and I enjoy how they interacted. I can see how there might be more elements to juggle as the game progresses. As it stands, the stamina management is easy enough to manage from just being able to play for a week of the game, and it might struggle to keep my attention if it stays at the same level of difficulty the whole way through. That said, I don't think this game should be ridiculously hard or anything, just something to keep an eye on. The player movement also felt a little strange as it is now. Maybe it's the fact that at the moment the characters are static PNGs who slide around. But I feel like I caught on things sometimes, which got a bit in the way of serving coffee. All in all, as a project I'll be keeping an eye on. I could see a post-game endless mode going on to the mess up drastically being fascinating as well, but that could just be wishful thinking. For what we see of the story, I enjoyed meeting the characters and hanging out, and I hope they are regular occurrences in the story, as the segments themselves felt a bit short. Is it worth it? Go try it out! However, it's unlikely the game will ever be finished. Be sure to let the developers know if you support the project. So, as it stands, right? As it stands, if it continues with, like, the level of quality that is in the trailer, it would probably end up being a B or A tier, but I'm gonna add a row below. We're gonna make it a sort of gray color because this is, we're gonna put this in the unranked tier. You know me, I like to make an unranked tier. That's the D tier. I got rid of D tier. Whoops. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in the unranked tier because of the fact that it's unfinished, and, this is a pretty regular thing. Rip to D tier. D tier is back, okay? D tier is back, don't worry. So, yeah, I think, it's not particularly fair to judge a game that is declared unfinished. Like, this is a demo. I don't think it's fair to rank it against anything else. So, I'm leaving it as unranked with my feelings about it being around here in the tier list. Alright. That means that next we're going to be talking about Panmorphia. Panmorphia. Okay, so the premise of this game is that it is a point-and-click puzzle game where you can change your perspective by transforming into a bird, a fish, or a cat. So it took me about 3 hours to complete, and you can buy it for $4 on Steam and itch, and I believe there are actually multiple in the series, so might be interested in going back to it at some point. We'll see. The pros is that it has a kind of nostalgic art style. It's like a lot of photos kind of put together, which is actually kind of fascinating and feels a lot more old school in a way that I really liked. A bird, like a pigeon.
Let's have a drink.
May as well. Cheers. So it's also got an engaging variety of puzzles. Hint system and note-taking are included in the game, which is always nice for a puzzle game. The map tells you when you're missing screen transitions, because with the cons, the arrows for screen transitions are not on by default. So, you know how, like, in point-and-click games, sometimes when you hover your mouse by the edge of the screen, it'll turn into an arrow and it'll tell you you can go that direction? It's off by default with this game. Which is... Okay, Mari, bye! It's off by default, which is kind of a problem. Because, like, the image design, while beautiful, doesn't really suggest sometimes that, for example, you can go to the left. It's a little bit jank in that regard. The fish section of the game is also fairly short. The final section of the game is barely explained, and the art style sometimes makes objects a little hard to see. Review. Panmorphia is a gorgeous, nostalgic trip through a colorful world. Its puzzles typically make sense, and the mechanic of going back to the same areas from different perspectives is interesting and well explored. However, it comes to the details where the game begins to falter. By default, the game has no movement arrows, meaning while investigating you try to find items, you click in a rather broad general direction, you will warp to a new screen with no prior cursor indication. This is highly disorienting, and I recommend going into settings upon starting up the game to turn on arrows. as it is highly likely you will get lost or frustrated without them. There are also some points in the game where items are difficult to see, as all objects are manipulated photographs and can rather easily blend in. The final puzzle of the game also requires you to engage in a new mechanic without properly explaining what it is or how it works, meaning I may have gotten stuck without my chat's help, because another person who had played the game, they are Kingdom Balance. Kingdom Balance helped me with this, because, yeah, they played the game and happened to see I wasn't stopped by, and dropped like a little hint, and it was enough, and I gotta thank for that. Your notebook does give you like some hints as to what you're supposed to do, but not like an explanation about what it is, so it's like on that front. But is it worth it? I think that this puzzle game is worth navigating its flaws, as the puzzles are fun and different from one another, but if you can't stand jank, you will not like this game. Because that's something about me, is that I have a pretty high jank tolerance. Like, otherwise I don't know if I could do this series. So, I think I'm gonna put Panmorphia at the bottom of A tier right now. Jank is my jam. Exactly. I'm putting Panmorphia beneath Katya's Abyss, and it is being held back by some of those pretty big navigational flaws. At least in like my perspective here, right? That's what we're here for. We're here for my perspective, and my perspective says we should move on to One-Eyed Lee and the Dinner Party. Now, so this is a sort of, this is a visual novel. It goes for $5 on Steam and on itch. It took me about 4 hours to complete, and it's a point-and-click visual novel puzzle mystery, so it's like kind of a little bit of investigation, but mostly puzzle, and it's kind of interesting in that regard. It's gorgeous art, well done character-driven interactions, and some puzzles have multiple solutions, so your choices kind of matter in that regard. The cons is that most of the game features one song, which can kind of get grating over time, because you're kind of in like this bunker, and most of the bunker has one song. So, I hope you like the song. The game hesitates to bring you into its lore. It's difficult to not get the true ending, and the mystery conclusion is only implied, not explained. And one particular part is that there's something that required multiple interactions with the same object to progress, without this being established as a regular mechanic. So I kind of got stuck until I just so happened to start combing through the level and interacted with something multiple times, and the dialogue changed. So, like, that can be a little bit wonk. Alright. As for my review, I'm a fan of games with well fleshed out characters, and this game is full of characters with distinct personalities, clashing and engaging in banter. The puzzles are simple, but make sense, and are often used as an opportunity to deepen the mystery of the bunker you find yourself in. When you have a puzzle, you are told which items are applicable to a situation, and this keeps inventory management from being a problem, as it brings objects into dialogue to be used as needed, which is an elegant solution. Most of the game's conflict comes from the interactions between the two main characters, Baracus and Lee. Lee is the impulsive one, and Baracus is the stick-in-the-mud, safety-first one. And for the most part, it's executed well, with banter that's playful yet fleshed out in the scenario and puzzles as needed. However, I don't think that this is explored to its fullest potential, and is sometimes outright immersion-breaking. For example, throughout the game, Lee will try to do something impulsive, and if it's something physical, he'll die. Full stop. There's no reason to let him do anything, he'll just die. This feels conflicting with some pre-established character traits, where these two have only met fairly recently, and Lee has been traveling alone for a long time. By all accounts, Lee should already be dead. While one could argue he becomes more rash and impulsive when he has someone to hold back his terrible ideas, this lore directly is countered at the end of the game. I'm not saying Lee can't have terrible ideas. In fact, I love that about his character, but it leaves a want for something more, something perhaps only he can find through kleptomania or straightforward thinking that Barracus could never dream of. And instead, the only times you can let Lee run rampant are in social situation, where consequences are more ambiguous and can in fact get the job done. Notably, you're interacting with normal people, and it makes sense for Lee to not die under these conditions, but honestly, I would have expected at least somebody to try to slap him. Instead, we see the reverse happen from physical interactions, where consequences are underexplored. There's also something a bit sad to me about the mystery and lore, and motorcycles. As a player, you are told that you have no idea how long people have been inside this bunker. It has a slightly old-timey aesthetic, but in the world of the game, you have no idea what sort of technology is commonplace. You find a wall-mounted phone, and with just a little more context into the setting, this could be a way to say that this is recent or this is old, and even a tiny bit of context would ground the mystery into a timeline. Likewise, the motives of the big bad and what went wrong are left very unexplained. I believe greed is the motive, but they never outright say as such. And with magic and spirits playing a prominent part of the world in the ending, being more transparent could have left a deeper impact on the player with the game's themes and story. A foundation of understanding of the world would be everything for this game, because a mystery is only a mystery if we know why it's unusual. You love motorcycles? Is that B tier for ya? Alright, see you in a little bit, Pigeon. Is this game worth it? It's got its flaws, but I love it. And I want to know what happens next. Just go out of your way to play the prologue first, as I think it's pretty needed to get the full experience. Because, yeah, there's a prologue, and, it's not, attached to the game in any way, aside from, a link on the itch page, not even on the Steam page, I think just the itch page. And, for a little bit of context, Lee has, a sort of supernatural disease, and, I thought that the disease gave him pointy ears. I had no idea he was an elf. That's the kind of, lore stuff that you kind of need going into this game that it just does not give you. I inhaled saliva again, guys. Anyway. It's above Panmorphia for me because, while Panmorphia, I think, has some better, thinking puzzles, I love One-Eyed Lee's characters, and so I'll definitely put it up here, and I hope that there's another installment of the series in the future. Just watch out if you visit the itch page, it's full of porn. Not the itch page of the creator, not of One-Eyed Lee. The itch page of the creator. The creator has some spicy takes, okay? So keep that in mind. Alright. Mutiny Island. Oh, it's a shame that Pigeon just left. Oh. Mutiny Island is really something. You know how on this channel we say that RPG Maker games are either really grounded or really out there? This is the latter. It's $7 on Steam. I've listed that it varies, so apparently on itch it's a little different, and I didn't write that down on this doc, so you can look for yourself. The length of this game, I've written down no idea. It's an action-adventure 2D top-down game, so, you can do some swashbuckling. With pros is that it's ambitious with a lot of content, and it puts you in some pretty over-the-top scenarios, which I found really funny. But with the cons is that the game runs poorly, rebinding keys is buggy, you can't backspace in text fields using the keyboard, and the balance is poorly skewed, I think. The fact that I don't know if the balance is weird, says a lot, I think. So, I love how much this game tries. However, being made in RPG Maker, it struggles to run smoothly and has several balancing problems and absurd circumstances. For example, town is not safe. This might be a good thing, even if it's a continuation of the pirate problem, but no, I'm saying that in my world, towns are infested with tornadoes. This might just be my game, since there are supposedly some randomized elements, but these tornadoes were instant kills, at least for new players, which can make obtaining money and new gear what feels like frustratingly difficult. This is just the tip of the iceberg with the problems, which delve deep, with keyboard controls being poorly adapted. WASD isn't an option. Next to nobody uses the numpad. Yes. They wanted you to use the numpad for movement, which as a streamer, I use the numpad for my hotkeys because it's so underutilized, right? So, like, that's what I'm using for the slideshow. So that's that would not be a very good option for me personally. The combat felt kind of spammy and unsatisfying, and drowning after an inconsistent amount of tiles. There's chat notifications constantly updating with messages that might not even be relevant, mixed with ones that are, and many, many more things. This needed a different engine to reach its full potential. And, is it worth it? The game is good for a laugh, but I would not recommend this. Alright, you're back, aka B tier, let's go! We're talking about Mutiny Island, and for sheer humor factor alone, I want to put it in A tier, but this is a D tier game, okay? I'm sorry. This game is, I'm not gonna say it's unplayable, but, like, if you're not gonna have, like, a fleshed out storyline, right? You need to at least have some safe spaces where I can learn the controls, right? Oh god, why do I keep doing that? I'm talking too fast. Yeah, so, and then, like, yeah, how combat works is you just keep spamming the attack button and hope your enemy doesn't hurt you. And, like, I don't think it works. I don't think it works. And especially not very well in RPG Maker, which isn't really meant for, like, action combat. So, yeah, I think this is a miss. I think this is a miss. It's so hilarious, though. It is a hilarious miss. Alright. So this brings us to Mitos. Now, this is a puzzle game. It's a name-your-own-price game. I think that $3 is probably worth it. Although some people would probably go like, no, it's a $1 game because of the amount of puzzles. And I'm like, look at this quality, man. Look at this quality. Look at the beautiful animations. Come on. It's worth $3. It took me about an hour, and it's a top-down puzzle game. And, like, I have to kind of explain this, is that, like, you play as, like, microbes and you split to move. And that's fascinating to me, alright? It means that, like, your movement is limited by, like, how large you are, right? And it gets you really thinking. So, yeah, in the pros, I say the splitting mechanic is genius. It's easy to learn, clean, and easily readable visuals and aesthetic, and it has a functional undo button. I cannot say enough just how few puzzle games that I've played on this have a functional undo and, like, don't make you start over if you mess up. And this one does, and that's incredible, alright? I love that about this one. The cons, there's not a lot of levels. The soundtrack, while sinister, can make it a little bit harder to focus on the level at hand. As for a review, my chat was really squicked out by this one, but I love it. The visuals are crisp and clean, the puzzles are fun to solve, the mitosis of the cells really leads to thinking not in turns, but in individual units, like a tactics game almost. When the only real gripe I have with the game is that it felt like it was too short, it's a good game. Also, it's noteworthy to mention this game features an undo button, which isn't always included in these sort of games, so I greatly appreciate that inclusion. The undo button brings it to at least B tier. Yeah. Unfortunately, it goes straight up to S tier. Like, this is a good game, alright? This game is so good. I love it. I think, like, if you need just, like, a quick puzzle game to try... Oh, yeah, the undo button is at least on its own. Yeah, B tier. Yeah, exactly, yeah. B tier, best tier. Yeah, I think that this game, like... I've played a lot of these, like, little puzzle games that, are, like, really cheap, and, I'm not saying that as in, like, their quality is cheap or whatever, but there's so many of you lovely people out there who put your puzzle games out there for next to nothing, like on Steam, on itch, and I'm like, you guys need to value yourself more, like, because, like, this is such a good game, and, like, yeah, it's a name your price, which means you can go play this right now, right? Like, this is free? Yeah, this game is free, okay? Go play this game, okay? Unless it, like, disgusts you too much. Because I love it. I think it's so fun. Just, yeah. That's what I have to say. That's what I have to say. Play it. Play it, play it. You can play it for free. Donate after if you want to, you know? Like, just go check it out. Next, we've got Pleroma. We've gone from one kind of puzzle game to another, alright? And, like, it's... Okay, so this game is $10 on itch. It's got 2 to 5 hours worth of exploring, but it took me 10 hours to solve its puzzle. And I do mean its puzzle, okay? We'll get into that. Yeah, Pleroma. Like, okay. Yeah, alright. So genres, most people consider this a walking sim. It's first person, it's surreal, it's creepy, it's a puzzle game, okay? It's got a wonderful atmosphere and deep lore, I think. At the very least, it insinuates lore in a way that fascinated me, which is kind of cool. But because of the surrealism, I can't actually tell, but there's enough pieces together that it feels like there's lore. You know, I should just get on with the review. Trying to explain this game is not working for me. The cons, though, is that this game's puzzle is a bit jank and broken, okay? So, Pleroma is a walking sim which takes you through surreal landscapes and is filled with mysterious dialogue and lore. Said lore is a bit disconnected and confusing. This is a typo. A bit disconnected and confusing, but that's how surreal games go, and the way this one is delivered is not negative from my perspective, but you will not get any answers. I think that's fine, as it leaves many things to ponder. The downside is that if you decide to 100% the game, getting the true ending that's locked behind an elaborate puzzle that spans the entire game, there's less closure than I would have liked. The puzzle the game has to offer is complicated and leaves a lot of thinking, and I genuinely enjoyed the process of solving it, though it could have used some polish. Here's a puzzle spoiler. Puzzle spoiler. If you do not want to hear the puzzle spoiler for, like, the puzzle of the game, I will wave like this when you can listen again, okay? 3, 2, 1. Okay. So, for example here, like, you need to convert... Okay, you need to convert letters to a numeric value, which isn't, like, something that's, like, properly explained how to do, right? they just tell you that this is something that people do. And so they don't provide like a cheat sheet in the game anywhere. And so once you have your numeric value for a phrase that you find in the game, you then have to convert it from a base 10 math system to a base 6. However, the game's numeric system supports base 7, and as such, there's a symbol that never gets used. This leads to needless confusion in an already complicated puzzle. Okay, you can listen again. You can listen again. Alright, so I love this game, but be prepared to have a minor breakdown if you attempt the puzzle. Because I had to cheat for the puzzle. Me and JK actually worked on this puzzle for hours and hours. The ranting at home over this. Yeah, the ranting. I ranted to you guys so much about this. Like, clearly I enjoyed parts of it, though, because, like, if the other indications for, like, this tier list so far, like, the more I rant about something, the more I like it, right? Okay. So, I think if the puzzle was implemented properly, this game would be an S tier. Unfortunately, I think because you have to go onto, like, the itch forums in order to properly solve the puzzle, I have to put it at the top of B tier. Maybe lower A tier if you just want a surreal walking sim. Because, like, the surrealist walking around is also really cool and interesting, and you can still unlock secret areas without, like, touching the puzzle aspects. Obsession and criticism, name a more iconic duo. You can't. You can't do it. You just can't do it. But yeah, like, if the puzzle was actually solvable with the in-game tools, like, coded properly, what have you, instant S tier. But because you have to look up resources, because this wasn't just me, this wasn't just, like, us. The developer actually said, like, oh yeah, it's input wrong, here you go. And it's like, what do you mean? Also, my neighbors are having lives right now. I hope they're having fun. So, yeah, I think I'll leave it in A tier right now because it's very ambitious, but unfortunately the execution of its puzzle means it's not S tier. Wonder if they fixed it since then? I don't know. Let me look, because I think this game's been out for a couple years now. Like, when was it last updated? It's under more information. Yeah, the last update was in 2021, so no, it's not fixed. It's not fixed. Alright. So the next game on our list is going to be Wide Ocean Big Jacket. Alright. So this is another kind of walking sim, visual novel-ish game. It's a comedy, and it's relaxing and atmospheric. You can find it for $8 on itch and on Steam, and it's 2 to 3 hours long. It has, like, an extra post-story as well, following, like, some side characters, which is always a plus. The pros is that we've got realistic depictions of interpersonal communication. Hi, Tia! It's got realistic depictions of interpersonal communication. It's funny. It has also got, like, secret dialogue.
Something.
Bull in a china shop.
That's a pretty bad
Hydrate
one-liner,
break.
but no one's around to hear it, so it doesn't matter.
Alright. So I do appreciate when games have, like, secret dialogue, because it encourages you to look around the carefully built, like, areas of the game, and I think that's, like, used to, like, good potential here. But the movement controls are a little bit clunky, because, like, you move in cardinal directions, but it's third person, but you also still have to, like, move the mouse. Like, it's weird. It's a little weird. The cut to black dialogue delivery can kind of break immersion, because, like, while characters are talking, it fades to black instead of, like, looking at people's faces, which, while it cuts down on, like, animation, I don't need much. I don't need much. Alright, if you like slow, character-driven games, this is the game for you. The game is a weekend camping trip between tween girl Mord, her boyfriend Ben, her uncle Brad, and his wife Cloanne. Sorry, not clone. Cloanne. While I phrase it like this, there is no main character, and everyone gets about the same amount of screen time, and has at least brief times to interact with one another. You get to see the struggles of being an early teen versus an adult. You see the comedy in mundane moments. The only thing that holds this game back is its control scheme, which is a little awkward with W and S. Oh, W and S are movement, A and D is turning the camera. Right, that's what... Yeah, that's weird. Overall, it's fine, but a bit clunky. I'm also not a huge fan of how most dialogue is done with a cut-to-black screen with the character's portrait, but I understand this can be better for performance and also require less animations or camera work. Personally, I would have loved if you could have conversations while doing things, like making food, chopping firewood, or unloading the car. But this note is far from necessary and probably isn't even a con for most people. Is it worth it? It's a good short story about relationships and bonds. Some people might find it short for the price, but I think it's just fine, especially with the short bonus story. And as such, I'm going to go ahead here and... Where's the logo? Right, it's at the bottom because it's alphabetical. So, White Ocean, Big Jacket. You know, I think I am from, like, I think I am going to put it actually in S tier. Like I said, I have a pretty high jank tolerance. And if you have a character-driven narrative, like, that is something I really enjoy. And I have went back and I haven't, like, played the game again, but I have, like, dwelled my thoughts on playing this game again. As in, like, it's stuck with me. I've thought about this. And it's something that these developers, like, have a habit of making me do, because we have played another one of their games and it will be on the next tier list, so keep that in mind, okay? Keep that in mind. That, I have even more thoughts once we actually play, not once we play, but once I talk about my review, of their, like, the game that came out next, which is Before the Green Moon, so, like, I'm gonna be talking quite a bit for that one. I'm not gonna replay it for next Tiny Game Tuesday. No. Most of the replay is for, like, for Tiny Game Tuesday is, like, roguelikes and speedruns. And I'm not speedrunning this game. Play both back to back? No. Alright, so next we're gonna be we're gonna be reviewing Starcatcher. And notably, this game doesn't have a trailer, so this is gameplay footage from Bay Ray. Shoutouts to you. Thank you so much for the gameplay footage of this. It makes my job a lot easier, and I'm glad that you're also failing at this game because it is difficult to understand. And the crop on the footage also is not helping. But this is actually a game jam. So it's name your own price, and I'd say a fair price is probably $1 to $3. It's a platformer that took me about an hour to beat. But it's a one button platformer. It's 2D and difficult. The pros is that the platforming is very creative and it has really well done sprites. The cons is that there's one song and the difficulty spike is a bit intense. Want me to drop the link to their channel? Pretty sure I found it. Sure, go ahead. There's a couple other people as well who, I pulled, like, videos of their game footage for this. And I gotta say, like, thank you to all of those people, because otherwise I'd have to do it myself. So shoutouts to me as well. Alright. So this game's controls are a bit unique to say the least. Having only one button for the game, it's needed to determine how to jump, walk, and turn around using only that one button. For most of the game, this works fine. However, as the game just starts to get precise, that becomes less of an annoyance and more of a glaring flaw, unless you're attempting to make the most rage-inducing games of all time, like Getting Over It. Having gimmick controls with tight platforming makes for a rough experience. For example, one of the things the game does not tell you, or give places to play with before it's relevant, is that if you jump as you're turning a corner, you will jump relative to the new gravity, not the old gravity. This is used to make a tight turn at the bottom of a level covered in spikes, and it's so close to the bottom of the level that it makes it hard to see. This amount of escalation feels poorly balanced and hurt a bit of my time with this game. However, I enjoy the levels that don't have enemies, as the platforming itself is already a difficult challenge that I found fun in its own right. Is it worth it? You can pick up this game for free. Go try it. I know that most of my reviews of, like, free games, I just say go try, and I'm like, it's a free game. What do you got to lose? It's free. Go play it. So I think that this is another B tier. I think it is. I do think I liked it more than... Did I like it more than Talamir? I'm not sure. Let's leave it like this. This is what my gut is telling me. So, I'm gonna put it, like, yeah, above Pendulous Swing in my, like, enjoyment. God, Pendulous Swing is at risk of going down to C tier, and I feel bad about that, because there's a lot of effort put into that game. It's just a personal preference thing, man. I did not jive with that game at all. Alright. Next, we've got Swim Out. So this is another one of those, like, those puzzle games I was talking about, right? So this one's $6. Just put everything in B tier. I suppose it's possible for me to, but, I won't. Out of principle. If you want to do that again this year, you go ahead and do that. So, it's $6, you can buy it on itch and on Steam. It's got over 100 levels, and for difficult levels, it took me like 5 minutes to solve. That said, I did not play all of this game. So it's a turn-based puzzle game. Yes, it's turn-based. So, like, you move, everything else moves. You move, everything else moves. And that's kind of important to note as we get into this review. So the pros is that this aesthetic style is very easy to read. The cons is that the lack of music makes this game unsettling. Like, it feels like some kind of horror game in a way with the music, because it's just like pool splashing music and like people having fun in the background. Like, I don't know if you've heard children screaming by a pool, but this game has sounds of children screaming by a pool, and like, it can get unsettling. The puzzles have inconsistent mechanics between players and hazards. The setting has clashing themes, and there's no undo button. We've reached the no undo button. So, I feel like this puzzle game has a theme that doesn't make sense. I know that that's not a make or break for a game, but it breaks immersion and concentration somewhat. You have to swim in a pool without slamming into another swimmer, because then the lifeguard will get involved. Okay, sure. However, when the puzzles get more complicated and other swimmers begin to ram into and kill one another, drown one another, they disappear. Like, it begins to clash with the theme of the game. Why does the lifeguard only get involved when you hurt someone? And then when you use the same tools as someone else in the level and you ram into someone else, it acts the same as it would normally. So if, like, someone hits you with, like, a pool noodle, like, you get out of the pool, you have to start over But, like, if they hit another NPC with their pool noodle, everything keeps going? Like, and if you hit someone with a pool noodle, you have to start over. It's weird. It's a double standard. It's a double standard. The jarring puzzle design also does not feel like a swimming pool to me and hurts my ability to puzzle solve because it just doesn't make sense. Then there's also an issue that there are so many people swimming in the pool, doing actual puzzle solving is difficult because it ends up feeling more like trial and error. I'd love being able to plan my moves methodically and elegantly swim through, but there's so many things to keep track of, with an average level having 10 plus people in a pool at once. It's a great concept that stumbles on execution. Is it worth it? There's a lot of puzzles for your money, and while I don't like it, you still might. And, like, there's a lot of levels if this is, like, your kind of puzzle game. So, like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, but I'm gonna have to put Swim Out in C tier, personally. Yeah, B tier or C tier? C tier for me, personally. I could see an argument being made for it to be a higher tier, but for my enjoyment, like, yeah. Wait, there are levels with boomerangs in them? Like, what is this game? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. There are some aspects of its puzzle solving that work and some that don't, and like, there's, yeah. Those lifeguards are gonna be working overtime. You'd think, wouldn't you? You'd think, I don't know, are they actually gonna work overtime? Right, and then there's the mechanic where you can throw and hit, you could throw a beach ball at people and hit them. But you don't get, the lifeguard doesn't, like, blow a whistle on you when you do that. And I'm like, intentionally attacking people in the pool, like, I know, I see Pleroma and I panic for a heartbeat. But yeah, like, I know that there's, like, setting things that, like, some of this is just video game logic. But in a puzzle game like this, where I have to focus on so many moving things at once, and not having, like, standardized rules between how you interact and, like, characters in the world interact, makes it so difficult to solve. Because I don't know how things are going to behave. So, that's, yeah, it hurts. It hurts the game. I am sorry to say. Alright, we're gonna move on to the next game. And that is, What's Your Gender? And this is also gameplay footage because this game doesn't have a trailer. So this video is by Game Channel MAZAVS, or I guess Mazavs, I don't know. Thank you for your gameplay footage. So this is a name your price game, so probably in the $1 to $3 range if you want to donate money. You can purchase it on itch, and it's about 30 minutes of walking, because it's a walking sim. It's actually kind of a, like, digital museum, and it's actually pretty educational and surreal. It's very approachable, and the aesthetic is well done. As you can probably tell from, like, looking at this game, if you haven't played, but, like, it is heavily inspired by the game Antechamber, and I think they pull off that art style very well. And I think that some of those surrealist elements are also done in a very interesting way. But the cons is that, my Twitch audience won't stop talking about the cis room. It was true. You guys just would not stop talking about the cis room. You just didn't. Yeah, originally the game's name was supposed to be Anti-Gender, but they changed it, and I don't know exactly why, but, so yeah, it was, so it was very heavily inspired by Antichamber. The sis room? Yeah, the sis room. You really like this project? Yeah, so when my mom was, like, helping me with this list, she ended up playing this one. And, it's very good resource, honestly. The game is a museum of definitions and experiences involving gender identity. I think this game is a great choice if you're looking to more about the trans, non-binary, and intersex communities, and even I, who have done my best to be an active ally for the past decade, have learned quite a bit playing it. Well, probably more than a decade, honestly, but, you know what I mean. You willing to take the blame for that one? Thank you, Pigeon. Thank you for being the scapegoat. The pronoun doors was pretty fun, yeah. That was a good room. The surreal landscapes are also fun to walk around and explore just casually. As a free game, I highly encourage you to pick it up, but I know museums aren't for everyone. What's wrong with the Commonwealth of Independent States room? I guess I'm not cis, huh? If that's what cis means, I'm not cis. Okay, one of the things I didn't mention in this review that I think is actually, like, pretty cool as well is that it does talk about gender in more than just a Western experience as well. There are some mentions of, like, what non-binary looks like in other countries. And that's kind of cool as well. So, it's, while it's mostly, like, Western-centric, it's not entirely. And I appreciate that inclusion for something that was made in, like, such a short time frame as well, because I believe this one was made pretty quickly. It reminds me I need to force you to play Ange Latch one day. Oh, God. You guys are gonna make me learn French one word at a time! As someone who works in this particular field, I don't also think that's a great resource for people questioning themselves or simply looking for a contemplative experience. Yeah, I think this is a good experience for cis people, or people who think they're cis, who want to learn more, and not necessarily a great, like, discover what you are kind of game. Although I think you could still have fun with it, and, like, because, like, hey, those pronoun doors in themselves are very fun. Coward Angel in French. Yeah, if you look at how those, like, the vowels, those vowels are super French, okay? I've had to look at enough French words, those are French words. Hey, Kingdom Balance! I actually talked about you earlier and how you helped me out with Panmorphia when I was playing that game. How are you doing? Kingdom Balance is another person who plays these indie games from bundles on itch, so, like, shoutouts to Kingdom Balance. They have played quite a lot of the same games I have. Blame Pigeon for having to look at French. I will! Thank you for continuing to volunteer as a scapegoat. Anyway, so what's your gender? I think as a solid B tier. I'm gonna put it, like, right here. I don't think, like, it has enough, like, it's not, like, quite enough depth to be, like, an A tier, but I think it's a solid game, and I think it's worth checking out. Like, just big, it doesn't mean that the game developer is French, but the words are definitely French. It's alright, you're struggling with finding income after a layoff, but you did a course today, so feeling accomplished? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear you got laid off. Oh no. I hope you're, I hope more happens soon. That's good for... Okay, they walked through the game already. Whoops. Okay, so let's go to the next game then. It's called Flashover Mega Sector, and it is a sort of shoot 'em up game. The game does include cowards and angles. Sorta. Wait, was that angle or angel? Because I think that, yeah, angel. Yeah, angels. Can't spell. Okay. Think you played Flashover Mega Sector already? Yeah. Okay, Has it always been pausing as soon as I leave the tab? No. Not always. Okay. Sorry about all the hiccups for that. It's quite intense. Yeah, okay. So this game is $1, by the way, and you can find it on itch. The length is 30 minutes plus, depending on how difficult you make it. I'm gonna get into how I feel about it in a second here, because, like, okay, it's a bullet hell, an arcade shooter, and action. Alright? So, these are some of the same genres that overlap with some of my favorite games of all time. So, like, how do I think this game handles it? Well, we got pros, it's got good music, clear, defined bullets, and the level difficulty has modifiers, like, for more variety. And I think that's pretty cool. But the cons is that there are...
Have a drink.
You're gonna have to wait for the cons. Alright. The cons is that there's no attack telegraphing, which means if something's just gonna start unleashing attack, you just have to already be prepared. The player hitbox is incredibly hard to see because it is a dot in the middle of your triangle. Like, it's tiny, which means it's hard to hit you, but it's also really hard to see, like, what exactly you're having to dodge around. And then firing your gun is manual. You can't, like, hold down the button. I think you have to press it every single time. There's no cons as long as Shuckle drinks S tier. No! Hold on! Let me finish my review. Flashover Mecha Sector is a thought-out, simple project, which has fast-paced action moments and a clear, concise aesthetic that helps make the objective clear. However, as a bullet hell, one of the most important things to keep in mind is making sure your players are in the know about hazard zones. They can't dodge if they don't know where things are coming from. In most arcade shooters, enemies will spawn in the direction you are facing, so that's where you're expecting enemies to come from. However, Flashover Mega Sector regularly has enemies or attacks approach from the top, bottom, or behind, which makes the game frustratingly hard, instead of challengingly hard. Telegraphing attacks with a visual indicator at minimum would have made this game much better than it is. Is it worth it? $1 is a fine price for a game, even if I did not have the most enjoyment. So, yeah, with a little bit of telegraphing, like, even just an indicator that things are coming from a direction would have been enough. Would have been enough. Because then you can, like, dodge existing things while moving into a spot where you can have better maneuverability. Like, I think that one simple change would make it B tier, but for me, I think it's a round Project Mallow for me. So I think, like, yeah, I think that there's good potential. It just the execution is kind of infuriated me. And you know me, I do enjoy some difficult games, but that didn't click to me. That didn't click. Unfortunately. Alright. And it lagged again. Alright. Alright, so next game on this list, we've got Bullfrog. And Bullfrog is adorable. Yes, it's cute. It's very cute, okay? So it's $2, or you can play it in browser. And it's available on itch. And my best runs were about 15 minutes long. Frog. Yes, Frog. So it's an arcade action, like, I put this genre of Tetris, but I didn't like that I put it as Tetris, because I don't know what else to call it. But it's also a platformer. It's got fast and fun gameplay. It's easy to learn, but tough to master. So those are my pros. And the cons is that pulling blocks can be slightly jank. Notably, it's also a Pico 8 game, so, like, set your expectations accordingly. So, Bullfrog is a short, sweet take on the classic Tetris gameplay we all know, with the gameplay being don't get squished instead of clear lines, though clearing lines will allow you to upgrade your frog and do even better. I think what really makes this game work is the ability to use your tongue to break blocks and allow the pieces to fall with gravity. This means if you're fast enough, mistakes aren't permanent, which is a must as the game speeds up. Sometimes pulling blocks with your tongue feels a bit weird, but as a Pico 8 game, it's a normal jank level. Good, simple fun. Is it worth it? It's worth messing around with and hard to put down, so I recommend you try it. Sorry, what's the music playing right now? I believe this is the Slime Rancher? Yeah, this is the Mochi Manor. Yeah, so Slime Rancher. I do love Slime Rancher. I still need to play Slime Rancher too. Bullfrog, here it is. I think we got another B tier! I think we got another B tier. B tier, best tier, guys. B tier, best tier. I think it's missing a little something that elevates it to A tier, but I don't have, like, any problem with it, so. Alright. Should have said Graveyard Keeper just to throw him off. You're right, I should have. I should have. Oh, wait a minute, Mari's gone! Right, Mari didn't want me to eat, so the pizza's just been sitting here for an hour and a half. Makes sense why you feel nostalgia and deja vu. Honestly, yeah, I can see it. Okay, but yeah, since Mari's not here, I can eat now, so let's go. Alright. Pizza's cold. Cold pizza's still good. Mmm. Delicious. Also, let's have some more Martinelli's. It was fizzy! Pineapple. No, pineapple's later. We got a game about pineapples later, okay? We'll get there. Oh, you confused it with Dave the Diver music. I haven't played Dave the Diver. I hear good things and I hear infuriated things. So, yeah, I don't know if I'll ever get around to playing that one, but I do know of its existence. Alright. Next, we've got the Crystal Golem. This is my gameplay footage because there's no trailer. So shoutouts to me for putting out this gameplay footage. Alright, no, this is the wrong tab. Where am I? Okay. So the Crystal Golem. It's a name your own price. So it's probably got at least $2 worth of gameplay in it. At least by my estimate. I don't like saying that, like, a game is free, like, and just leaving it at that, so I'd say about, like, $2 probably. I concur on the feelings caused by Dave. Shoutouts to me! Oh my god, thank you! You can buy this game on itch. It took me, like, 30-40 minutes, and, the genre is Souls-like, kind of. Like, the combat is, like, the slow, clunky kind that I think of when I think of the Souls games, but not like the checkpoint, retrieve your stuff kind of aspect of the Souls-like. So, yeah, that's, I mean that in, like, yeah, the combat sense. The, like, third-person, slow, methodical, stamina-based kind of combat. It's 3D, action, atmospheric, and with PS1 graphics, because, or rather even just PS1 in general kind of game. There's a big community out there of people who develop games like it's the PS1. And I gotta say, like, there's a lot of ways you can do it really well, and I think it looks nice. The pros of this game is that enemies are very well telegraphed, which you kind of need in a Souls-like experience. And, I can really appreciate that about the game. The dash works well, and there's a fast mode option for less backtracking, because if you die, you kind of have to go, like, most of the way back through the level, at least on the final stage, and that was kind of annoying to me. A certified DDD game. Do you think it's D tier or, no, 3D, yes, it's 3D. Oh my god. The cons is that this game has no, like, settings options. I imagine I mean stuff like keybinds and volume, things like that. So, the Crystal Golem is a short Souls-like with simple but effective gameplay. It's well put together and the enemies are all distinct and fit with the style of the game. I'd say the game is challenging but not too difficult for its length. And its simple 2-button actions make the game easy to pick up and get a feel for. One of the biggest issues I have is there's no settings options, as I would like to change the mouse sensitivity a bit to have a better control over the camera. There we go. Keyboard warrior for life. The final boss, I think, is a touch too easy to get stun-locked, as the wind-up for all enemies' attacks can synchronize to get you into a corner and hit you right as you're recovering from the last hit, which kind of feels annoying. Though I know that kind of difficulty comes with the genre, in that instance it feels like a bit too much. Overall, though, a good experience. Oh, here's where I put, like, the $2 to $3 range for what to pay for it. I put it in the is it worth it instead of in the price range, which is weird. Does D plus D plus D mean B tier? Let me think about it for a second. Whew. But Minecraft enchantment math, it'd be a C, I think. Hold on. Let me actually, like, assess here, because, like, I don't really like being, like, the potential for stun locks, right? At the very end of a game, especially, like, the final boss. Like, yeah, I think I'm gonna put it at the bottom of B tier for now. Because, like, I think it accomplishes what it goes to do, but like that final fight kind of bogs me down. Like, there's some aspects of that are pretty cool, but I think, like, in general, like, being stunned like that, it just kind of did not leave good memories for me. Alright, so after that, we've got Peckin' Pixels. We've got here, well, we've got chickens. So this is $1.50 or play in browser, and it took me about 40-ish minutes. I say that this is a management game, so like a sort of management simulator. You have to like move all your chickens and make sure they're all getting proper food and getting to be put in their nesting boxes, things like that. So it's also kind of like a casual game. I know a lot of people think of this as like casual. I think of it as a stress management simulator because I try to do everything at the same time all the time. You know me. You know me. Good luck getting me to stop doing stuff. Alright, so with pros, we've got some real fun customization options, which is nice when you have so many chickens. And if you grew attached to a particular chicken, you know, just put a costume on it. Otherwise, like, you don't really have to, but it's nice. It's there. Its gameplay loop was also very engaging, and it kept me hooked through, like, the entire, like, progression loop of the game, which is nice. The cons is that it can be a little bit difficult to grab specific chickens because they can overlap each other, and when you're timed and they have specific needs that need to be met, like, in sequence, it can be a little bit difficult to manage that. It's a good casual game with fun management gameplay. You're always doing something. Plus, if you grow attached to your chickens, like I do, you can dress them up to tell them apart from one another. I think with the depth it goes into for its length is good, as any more drawn out, it might get tedious. I think the game's biggest problem comes from chickens being hard to select individually if they are piled on top of one another, which happens a lot. Doing this under time pressure to move the chickens who are laying can be surprisingly stressful. Overall, I greatly enjoyed the game, and it's a fair amount of whimsy. Is it worth it? Yeah, you can go play it for free, check it out. And round that paid price up to $2, you're worth it. Alright, so that means for Peckin' Pixels, I think, I did enjoy it more than Peckin' Run. I think there's still a bit of a gap between Peckin' Pixels and Pleroma, but it might close over time. Actually, I think I like the Crystal Golem more than Pendulous Swing. Is Pendulous Swing gonna go down to C tier? It feels bad putting a game with this much polish in it that low, but did I really not enjoy it that much? Oh, we'll leave it there for now. We'll leave it there for now. The peck genre sure is growing. No, let's not. Please don't have any. Don't make a genre called like peck likes. I don't like that. No, no. We're gonna move on to SJ19 Learns to Love, which is certainly a title for a video game. And this game is $7. You can find it on Steam and on itch. And it took me like 2-3 hours to 100% this game. It's a Metroidvania, it's 2D platformer, and it's got some comedy elements. The pros is that the emotion minigames are very fun metaphors. The platforming felt nice and smooth, and the worlds felt consistent, but also like distinct from one another, which was kind of cool. The cons is that combat difficulty is mostly minion-based, which I think like some fights being minion-based is pretty cool. You know, like being able to manage, like having to manage like where you're firing can make different bosses in games like distinct from one another. But when all bosses are like that, it can get a little rough. And also your dash is kind of like a teleport. A little bit extra animation would have done a lot for your dash.
Let's have a drink.
Cheers. Alright, so SJ19 is a great bite-sized game to scratch that platformer itch. With its funny characters, rich lore, and frogs! There's frogs in this game! It's a great time for those who pick it up. But it's not without its flaws, of which I'd primarily say is the combat. Most boss fights in the game rely on minions or other spawns in order to increase the difficulty. Hazards just won't go away unless you take care of them first. With the type of weaponry you obtain in the game, I'd say this combat style doesn't mesh well with your toolkit, making fights very long and drawn out, as in order to stay alive long, you must repeatedly take out the small threats, who are by far more overwhelming than the boss. Overall, the game hits most other notes well, though the dash feels so fast that you can easily lose track of your position, which can compound some of the earlier boss fight issues I've mentioned. Is it worth it? Yes, I think this is a lot of fun. So despite those gripes, I think I want to put this in A tier. Oh, where is it? There we go. A tier. I think I like it more than Panmorphia, but less than One-Eyed Lee. So, solidly in A tier. A little bit more, like, animation polish, a little bit more, like, knowing the strengths of your combat. And I think this game would have been S tier. Alright. I think that's the short and sweet review. So, now we can move on to Life After Magic. And this one is a visual novel. It's free. It's free, by the way. It's free. Go play the game. It's free. It's available on itch and on Steam. It took me about 9 hours to read out loud, and then another 3 hours for New Game Plus. It's a visual novel, dating sim, story-rich. It's got pixel art, so it's going to be pretty easy to run on most computers. I don't know why I labeled this one as pixel art and not the last one. You know, whatever. So, pros. The art style is cohesive and beautiful. The characters are fleshed out, and it's got a good lore and world. Is the trailer capture freezing when you focus off of it? Yes. Yes, it is. But I can't, like, hover over it because then, like, it, yeah, so, like, this worked a lot better when I had a second monitor. I don't have a second monitor, so it's, yeah. Is this working? Can you see it like this? because I can't scroll like this. So there's, because like what I'm doing right now is I'm hovering over my browser tabs. So I'm keeping the video popped up while the review is visible. Alright. So the art style is cohesive and beautiful, and the characters are fleshed out, and it's got a good lore and world. Those are the pros. For cons, the soundtrack can be slightly repetitive, and some choices are phrased in a confusing way. So Life After Magic is a classic visual novel with 5 completely optional romance options, and allegedly an option to play matchmaker instead? Like, I didn't discover this in my playthrough, but I read it somewhere, so, you know, that's fun. Oh, the music stopped. Hold on. Okay. There we go. You play as a magical girl who's past her main days of saving the world and focuses on reconnecting with your old team. As such, dynamics and drama between characters are the real highlight of the game, and very fun to see unfold. The story is fine, slightly predictable, but is saved by the New Game Plus story where you follow the antagonist. And it fleshes out what seemed rather glossed over in the main gameplay. Some of this phrasing is a little, you follow the antagonist, and it, I need to put, it's like, and, yeah, and it fleshes out what seemed rather glossed over in the main gameplay. Sorry, live editing on stream. Alright. If you like visual novels, this is a great choice, especially as you can pick it up for free. Right now. Whomst could have wrote those words? Barnaby! This is your fault, Barnaby! Dude won't even look me in the eye. Alright. Is it worth it? I had no idea this game was free until writing this review. It should be at least $10. Please support this creator. Yeah, there's $10 worth of content in this game, okay? There just is. And with phrasing it like that, I think you guys can tell that this is another S-tier game, okay? I'm putting that up top here. I'm putting it top of S-tier. This game is amazing, alright? If you like character-driven stories and like some, like, romance, of course. There's romance options. But in general, it's just really fun to connect with these characters and see what they're up to. And also, I think, unlike some dating sims where, like, it encourages you to spend all your time with a particular character, this game makes you split your time up between your friends. So, while you still can't hang out with everybody and keep a good connection with everybody, you still have to get to know all of your friends and what they're doing, pretty much. Or at least 2 of your friends, okay? Like, it's unrealistic under these circumstances to spend all your time with a single person. Also, the game has trans and non-binary colors. I said it, this game is queer as hell, okay? But you don't like getting to know all my friends? Sucks to be you. Sucks to be you, I'm saying it. Sucks to be you. Alright. We're gonna move on to the next game on our list. Art School. Our art school. You guys remember Art School? Alright, so this game is $7 and it's available only on itch. It took me about 6 hours, but you can take as long as you want. Yeah, it's a musical. Yeah, I haven't played many musical video games that I like, and, you know, this one kind of, like, spaces out a little bit. But I'm getting ahead of myself, alright? So it's an art platformer Surreal comedy musical. Pros. The prompts and dialogue are legitimately funny. Story is nice, but unobtrusive. Wakey, 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 time to go to school. So my cons is that the camera's tied to movement in a way that makes it hard to navigate. One collectible is hidden in a place unlike any other in the game, which feels odd. And there's no settings menu. Unlike Figment. We're not talking about Figment today! So, Art School is a satire game that is a critique on how art is perceived and educated, with this semi-random AI arbitrarily deciding if your art is meaningful or not. This can lead to laughter or devastation. Hard work sometimes rejected for cryptic non-reasons. It can evoke these feelings of inadequacy that is otherwise hard to achieve in gaming. However, the controls and the camera are not great, often fighting against the player every step of the way. This leads to many times when looking for references or even looking where you're going becomes contrived or difficult. Of course, things had to be changed from the standard WASD and mouse movement, as the mouse is used for drawing, but I don't think the way it's implemented feels smooth or intuitive. If you just want a game to doodle in, however, this is a great time to mess around with. Is it worth it? I enjoyed it! I highly recommend playing this with others and just messing around. I think this is a really good shitpost game. I need to make sure I, sounds like another heated discussion around the dinner table. Figment is one of those games we just rant about sometimes for reasons, alright? So I think Art School is an A-tier game. I'm gonna also put it above Panmorphia. I think it's, like, right around here. I think that's pretty good. Alright. Let me see. I think that's actually about what I have to say on that game. Because, like, it's fun. It's fun and silly and good to mess around with. But it's not, like, groundbreaking for me. So, it's not B tier, it's A tier. It's higher than that. Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about Backspace Boken. Which, for people who do not know, Boken is like a Japanese thing. Like, basically, it's adventure. And doing with your emotes, the emotes you're provided. Yeah, right. I have only given you guys a B tier emote. Alright, so this game is $15. It's available on itch and on Steam. The main story took me about 3 hours. It's a typing game. It's a typing dungeon crawler adventure. It's also, like, fantasy, comedy. Now, I have not played many typing games. Most typing games are to teach you how to type. This is just a typing game. So if you are a writer, this is probably a good pickup for you. This game has, like, the pros is that it's hilarious dialogue, because you have to type out every absurd thing people are saying to you. So, that means all the comedy dialogue, you have to type as the combat. Hey, we're not talking about Elephantasy Flipside yet. No. Back up. We're not ready there. We're not there yet. So, yeah, that means that you get to really enjoy the hilarious dialogue. And I think it's also just an interesting twist on the typing genre, because it praises both accuracy and speed in, like, a kind of interesting way. That said, there's a missable tutorial prompt. It's possible for you to dodge enemy attacks, which means it's not, the typing isn't purely about speed, but because it's a missable, like, tutorial monster fight, I went through to the final boss without being able to dodge because I just didn't know it existed. The fact that you are obligated to type the text to read it makes you remember it that much more. Yeah. You can dodge enemy attacks. Yeah, you can. You press the arrow keys to dodge with proper timing. And this is just given to you as dialogue from one throwaway skeleton that you can completely miss with no consequence. up until, except for the fact you don't know you can dodge. So that's a bit of an issue. Played it yourself and didn't even pick up on that. Yeah. Same. Like, all they needed to do is make sure that that enemy happened early and you couldn't miss them. Alright? Then, if you forget you can dodge, that's on you. But this is, like, a sort of a game design hurdle that, like, needed to be addressed, okay? You can't just have something like that be optional. Unless they thought that their game was so hard that surely you would have walked around and found them. 'Cause, no, I just brute forced my way through those hard fights because I thought that was what was needed. Alright. Backspace Boken explores an under-examined genre of games, the typing game. As someone who primarily types with 2 index fingers, it's a rather challenging game, and I was surprised at how high my words per minute was. The writing and comedy of the game were on point, and while I began to struggle in the end and post-game, I enjoyed my experience. However, there's one aspect of gameplay which is completely missable. There's one enemy off in a corner who teaches you how to dodge, and somehow in my playthrough I entirely missed him, meaning I was brute forcing every combat with raw typing power. This enemy would have probably been better placed as a mandatory fight earlier in the game than they were to try and hammer home how to dodge. Perhaps not even being beatable without making use of it at least once. There's also very limited backtrack capabilities and the map is a bit confusing, making it hard to locate enemies and hidden secrets you may have missed. All in all, the game got too hard for me to beat the post-game, but I still enjoyed it. Is it worth it? Please try it! It's nice to see a typing game that isn't edutainment. So yeah, I think that this is an A-tier game, but I'm gonna put it beneath Pleroma. Like, these two have, like, similar issues, where there's, like, important stuff that's not, like, fleshed out properly in the game itself, but the quality of the game overall is just so good that I have to put it in A tier. Like, yeah, it sticks out in my mind as, like, that was a really interesting game I played. It's really silly and funny. And while I don't remember, like, exact dialogue at this point, I remember fighting Barry B. Benson. I remember the pirate dolphin. I remember having to fight a car. The recent Cryptmaster has similar gameplay vibe. I think I remember seeing this game. It's like a game where it's kind of like a text adventure, right? Where you can actually type in a lot more options, right? Yeah, I think I saw Stumped playing that, and I decided not to look too deep into it because that was fascinating to me, and the idea of playing it with other people sounds amazingly fun. Alright, let me go ahead and get us to the next game, which is Elephantasy Flipside. Now, I have played the first Elephantasy, and had some good things to say. The price is $10. You better have seen it. You have it wishlisted. I wishlist a lot of things, okay? Oh, hi again, bye again. Hi, bye! So you can buy this game on Steam and on itch. I played over 12 hours without beating it, and it's a type-down isometric platformer with, like, puzzles, and it, like, a heavy emphasis on, like, collectathon aspects. You're trying to solve a big Arcanicalism design problem. Ooh, can't wait to hear how you fix that. So the pros of this game is that the power-ups that you can get combo very well together, and the music is so good. Like, I loved going to different areas and hearing their music. It's just, like, really catchy. Cons is that the map is difficult to use, and the warp system is a little inconvenient. 'Cause, like, okay. Yeah, the first Elephantasy also has map issues. I think that the developer just doesn't want to make navigation a breeze, and so takes it out on the map. But like, then they kind of, I think, forget that, like, we didn't develop the game, so we don't know the game like the back of our hand. So, like, you can still, like, hide secrets around every corner and also give us a map. The dev doesn't like maps. I don't think the dev likes maps, no. So I came from the first Elephantasy, and was excited for a sequel that explored even more depth to its mechanics. The premise is that most collectibles are locked behind puzzles, and you need different power-ups to collect them, but you can only carry so many power-ups at a time. This creates an interesting dynamic of trying to figure out how to get places with as few power-ups as possible, and I enjoy exploring and messing with the game's many locations. However, what made Elephantasy manageable was its very limited map and its small scale. Elephantasy Flipside gets a third dimension of map to try and manage.
Let's have a drink.
Cheers. Gets a third dimension of a map to try and manage, and this map is almost useless for navigation as it does not show terrain color, like a terrain or even color coding for a biome. Like, I don't need to know exactly what the room looks like, just give me color coding and that would help tremendously. It tells you there is a room there, but not any other information, and this makes it incredibly easy to get lost, something I'm normally okay with, but it feels excessive in this case. As I got to the point I was so lost that I couldn't figure out how to beat the game, and I tried. I even used, like, the in-game cheat codes to try to figure out how to beat this game, and I couldn't. That said, I can be pretty picky on, like, isometric platforming and the controls, so, but the controls of Elephantasy Flipside are pretty consistent and tight, which I enjoyed. So, like, I think out of, like, isometric platformers, which I sometimes have a bit of combat with, this one handles it pretty well. Slime Rancher music jump scare again. Is it really a jump scare if it's so quiet and relaxed? So personally, I prefer the original, but the game doesn't break easily, and many of its puzzles are satisfying to complete. It's just that the fact that I'm having trouble beating this game even when I'm using cheat codes feels weird. I don't know how to feel about, like, some of the difficulties of this puzzles. And there's also, like, a spot in the game that, like, once you get down into the puzzle area, you have to have, like, one of the power-ups on you to get out, but you don't need it to get in, which means you have to warp out again, and just make it so you have to have that one to get in, okay? Because then I got really confused about how different puzzle mechanics worked. So, like, there's some things about this game that don't really work well. I did play through a lot of it, though. Like, as I said, I played over 12 hours, and I did enjoy a lot of it. But there's, like, some hiccups that are kind of getting in the way. So, okay, I think it's finally come time for me to demote Pendulum Swing. So, hello, Elephantasy Flipside. I think I liked you more than Talamir. Alright. I think that's a decent place for Elephantasy Flipside to reside. It's a solid B tier, but I think that there's some major hiccups. I think you could still get a lot of enjoyment even without beating the game, but, like, I have some issues. Let's eat some pizza for B tier. Woo, B tier buster! Okay. Okay. We're gonna be talking about Widget Satchel now. So the price of this game is $15. You can buy it on Steam and on itch. And it took me about 3 hours. If you don't get stuck, we'll get to it. So it's a 2D platformer, and the pros is that it's an adorable, silly world. I mean, like, come on, you get to play as a little ferret, right? That's a, okay, I'm gonna have to describe how this game plays, but I forget if I do it in the actual review. Okay. Bring out Furret. Okay. That's fair. I think Furret's gonna be underneath the logos, though, so... Yeah, okay. There you go. That's, I think that still works. Alright. So, the cons is that this game is very punishing. Possible soft lock? I don't remember if I actually soft lock myself, or if I thought there might be a soft lock. I don't remember. It's been a while since I actually played this game. Also, the jumps feel incredibly floaty, which is not something you want, typically. Unless you're Kirby, I guess. But Widget Satchel is a 2D platformer where you play as a ferret with mischief on the brain, and honestly, I wish there was more mischief. Sure, you run around and break robots, but the robots are just as easily going to break your widget count. Widgets are the game's currency, used to create new items for the player to use and explore with. However, the game is linear, meaning if you regret your choice and wish you had something else, too bad. For example, if you manage to get through the majority of the game without the boots, which allow you to jump on top of enemies, you'll be confronted with elevator sequences where the robots will swarm you and take all your widgets. And while you can get them back if you break the robots temporarily, with a wrench, there are plastic robots which both cannot be broken and steal double the amount of widgets. This feels poorly implemented in a game which pitches itself in a more casual genre. There's also the issue of jump height. Part of the aspect of the game is that the more you carry, the more you're weighed down and the slower you are, and the less height you get when you jump. This is carried out by tying your jump height directly to your speed, meaning that when you have no widgets, you move almost uncontrollably fast when you jump, and the camera cannot keep up with you. Overall, the game feels unrefined. Too punishing to be a cute, casual game, and too clunky to be a challenging platforming gauntlet, leaving its potential audience a bit limited. Is it worth it? Personally, I would skip, which is something I hate to say. Like, I think that there's some elements that are really interesting, like there's some hidden collectibles to find, like a whole sock collection. That was fun to go out of my way and try to collect, but like, the platforming is just not great, which is something that I think needs to be refined for a platformer. So I think Widget Satchel is another game I'm gonna put into C tier. Or is it the top of D tier? Widget Satchel's a fully functional game. So I think that means it's a C tier. If the game starts to have massive issues that, like, break the experience, I think you can get demoted to D tier. And I can't confirm that Widget Satchel has any of those. Even if some of it's, like, really clunky, it is playable, absolutely. I can't say the same about Mutiny Island. So, that's where I'm putting those kind of positions, at least right now. It's unfortunate because I was really looking forward to this game and I didn't really like it. Alright. Next, we've got Virtua Blinds. So this is it's blinds. It's blinds. It's $1.69. Nice. And you can get it on itch. Length 30 minutes-ish. That's how long I played it. I don't know how long you might play it. But it's a sort of simulator toy box kind of game. It's relaxing and has good visuals. But the cons is that it does not work well with the itch launcher. I had to try several things to get this game to launch. Might want to actually download through browser for this one. Virtual Blinds is a nice casual game. You mess with blinds. That's about it. It's a thing that exists. The only issue is that the itch launcher can pick the wrong files for your computer by default. Is it worth it? If a casual thing to mess with is your thing, I like this one. Like, there's not really a lot to this game. You can move blinds around. You can flick on and off some, like, switches. You can, turn on the TV. Like, you know, in a world full of simulator games, I'm still surprised by the vast array of them that I can find, you know? Like, this is a game that exists. And I think I have to put it bottom of B tier because it's fun, it sets out with what it wants to do, but there's not a lot here. Like, so I think that's a B tier. B tier, best tier! And moving on, we've got Flat Kingdom. Flat Kingdom. Now, I believe this was a game where, as soon as I was finished with it, I immediately had to start reviewing. Which I have only ever done on one other occasion. You're gonna see what that means for me. So this game is $10. It can be bought on both Steam and on itch. And it's a platformer with 2D action. So, some pros. It has an interesting form-shifting concept. So, like, you have, like, 3 different states you can be in and switch between at will, which is interesting. The plot toys with some interesting notes, and it has a stunning visual style and use of mediums. Like, you can see it below, right? Like, that looks pretty neat. That looks pretty good. The cons is that there's terrible audio balancing. You can't rebind keys, enemies don't telegraph their attacks very well, and the combat is a little clunky. So, Flat Kingdom starts off rough, with a generic story and a clunky rock, paper, scissors combat. However, as it develops towards its ending, I find myself drawn into the game's storytelling, as what first appears to be a poor attention to detail is actually crafted with care, though perhaps not as skillfully done as it could have been. The game is visually very well done, mingling 2D and 3D assets in a way that feels purposely intrusive, as fits the game's story, but also seamless and beautiful. However, there are too many technical issues which hold the game back, such as some sounds are too loud and some too quiet, and a lack of ability to rebind controller or keys. I come away from the experience feeling mixed, especially when factoring in how the combat of the game is a bit difficult to intuit at times, and often feels as though it breaks its own rules. Every enemy has a shape you use to damage it, and this shape you need is distinguished by the enemy's design. However, sometimes this can be a bit difficult to read, as some enemies are made out of squares but have a weak point that is a triangle, or are made of triangles but spin as a circle. A bit more clarity would have gone a long way to improve fights against new enemies. There's also the slow move speed of the square form, which feels a bit excessive. Like, there's walking a bit slower as a particular form, and then there's this square, which I feel like it moves at like a quarter of the speed of the circle form, which the only thing I used this form for was like damage reduction and pushing buttons, and that's it. There's also poor enemy and environment telegraphing. Some hazards activate without any prior indication visually or audibly, and boss attacks sometimes warn upwards of 10 seconds before they fire, which is far too long, making it actually difficult to dodge them with proper timing, especially without any further animation to assist. Even a sound effect or small charge gradient could help with these particular animations immensely. TLDR, the game tried really hard, and while it missed the mark in many ways, it's clearly made with love, and I enjoy it. Is it worth it? If you don't mind games that are a bit rough around the edges, Flat Kingdom is a good experiment with a stunning visual style. However, it's held back in so many ways. And, like, I looked into the developer, and at least this is their first game as this studio, and they didn't really make anything else so far after this, which is a shame, because for a first game, you guys what? What is this? You did so much. Honestly, I think they bit off so much more than they could chew. They tried so hard, and it shows. So, the thing is, though, is that this game is either bottom of B tier or top of C tier. And I think I have to put it at top of C tier just because of the platforming itself. Like, the square is almost unusable, except for, like, niches that are, like, specifically designed for it, and then those sections don't feel great. Like, I think it won me back, like, a lot with some of the final sections of the game. But, like, in general, it's... It could have been so much more, and that's a shame. Alright. Let's go ahead and go to Miasma Caves. Alright, so this
Let's have a drink.
Cheers. As you can see, this didn't have a real trailer that I could find either, so this also has a gameplay footage from one of the same channels as earlier, game channel MAZAVS. And, I don't know if you guys remember me trying to play this game, but this is another one that's actually been in my, to playlist for a while. And, I'm just kind of, like, watching the trailer right now. Got a reply from the dev, and so it is French. See, I knew it. I knew it. See, I knew. Ugh. Okay, good to see that the person playing this gameplay footage also is struggling the way I did. Okay. So, it's Miasma Caves. It's $20. You can give that itch or on Steam. Length? I don't know, man. I sunk so many hours into this thing. So, it's a roguelike, kind of. It's 3D. Adventure, exploration. It's both first person and third person. With something, like, I feel like it should have picked one. I know that some first person games have the option to play third person, but this one tries to have, like, things you can do with both perspectives. And so you kind of need to switch between them, and I see that the gameplay footage, this person is also getting really stuck. Like I did in the tutorial. We'll get to that. So, my pros is that it's a unique take on the roguelike experience. And, I mean, it's got some town builder aspects. I kind of like town builder aspects where you, like, upgrade your home world, your HUD, as you progress through the game. For cons, we've got poor inventory management. The cave-ins are a little too extreme. There's no map, just a near useless compass. And the wind condition is unclear. Okay, so review. I am the demographic for this game. I love digging around in caves. I love procedurally generated tunnels I can scramble around. However, Miasma Caves feels as though it does everything in its power to create a frustrating experience. On the surface, many things are alright. Light, navigation, hazards, a time limit, all are needed to be managed in order to do well on any given run. Your timer in this case is your health. The longer you're in the cave, the more your health will drain, and you will need to either eat or get out in order to avoid dying. This sort of mechanic can work wonders for quick action gameplay with fluid movement, rewarding mastery over a game's controls. In practice, however, there is a far more present danger. Cave-ins. There are two types of cave-ins. There are ones that pre-generate with the game, rocks that fall from the ceiling and attempt to crush you or block off a tunnel. And then there are the ones that are caused by the player's actions. These, in theory, can work. However, the first are incredibly frequent, to the point of just being an indicator that you haven't been in that direction, rather than something to be cautious around. And the latter can be caused by your footsteps. That's right, the longer you play in a given cave, the more ground will erode from under you until it finally breaks apart. This could be cool, but I cannot overstate how long you need to play in any given cave in order to make real progress. By the time you begin to see the deepest parts of a seed, the beginning of your cave might be so worn down that it's more dangerous than the actual depths. And as you journey down, there are so many different materials that make up the walls, and they cave in differently from one another. This again could be really neat and give each biome its own flavor to dig through, but rocks seem to cause a cascade effect, where mining one will cause all the rocks above it to fall. These can also create chain reactions where large swaths of the map will fall, often out of your control. You begin to see the problem. In order to reach the bottom, for some undisclosed purpose, you need to learn the cave pattern and how to navigate it quickly. The more you do this, the more the cave falls apart, which causes you to take new routes, which slows you down, which causes the cave to break apart more, which slows you down further, which causes you to take more damage. And we begin to see a problem. Mastery of the seed punishes you, and if you die, you need to learn a whole new cave seed as the cave regenerates, and the cycle of suffering begins anew. Is it worth it? I unfortunately do not recommend. Because, I think part of, the cave-in aspect is oh my god, we're only just making out of the tutorial and the footage. Oh no! That was 5 minutes! Oh no, the poor thing! Okay. So, yeah, wrong smile in your previous message, this is the right one. Yeah, so like I said, I love scrambling around in caves, and I love finding treasures, I love digging things up, I love these kind of games. But the fact that rocks are the things that fall, smooth, connected rocks just break and fall. It's not very fun to navigate. I understand that part of this is to prevent you from just, digging straight down to the end of the game, right? But, there's... The fact that digging is already so slow in this game, I think prevents that pretty well. Because it's, so slow to dig. It's already, you just get bored sitting here. Yeah, Rock and Stone! Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic does that pretty similar. It's so slow to dig through stuff, that, it encourages you to actually use the tunnels that the game has generated for you. And, I think that, I think cave-ins as a concept are alright. I think they can work, but it just doesn't mesh with this gameplay the way they executed it, and that's sad. And I know what I was saying, that, Widget Satchel is a fully fleshed out game that works, and it gets to be in C tier, and I say Miasma Caves is a fully fleshed out game that works terribly. I think you guys tried so much, and I see where you're going with it. I see where you need to go. And I think you do too, but there are self-imposed obstacles in the way that keep you from reaching that potential. I really wish I could rate this higher. Because you guys didn't get to see how much I tried behind the scenes to actually beat this game. I tried for hours and hours to just make it to the bottom of this game, so I could say that I beat it, so I could say that, like, for sure that this roguelike experience wasn't worth it, and I can't. It needs more cooking. Yeah, that's another way to put it. It needs more cooking. It feels half-baked. Yeah. That's a good way to put it. It doesn't feel done. Alright. Viv and Bob! We're gonna go back now to playing some simple puzzle games. So, this also didn't have a trailer, so this is some gameplay footage from, like, my own playthrough, so shoutouts to me. Here we go. It's a pay-what-you-want game, so, of course, that means, like, at least $1, $1 to $2, something like that. It took me about an hour, and you can play it on itch. So it's a top-down puzzle game. It's easy to learn. It's a kind of a Sokoban block-pushing puzzle-ish game. And yeah, so, like, its pros is that it's easy to learn, but, like, the cons is that it's kind of got some missed potential. So, remember what we were talking about with, yeah, shoutouts to me, well, we were talking about, like, a game that feels slightly, like, half-baked. Like, some of this feels kind of like that. So, Viv and Bob takes place in the same room, but vertically mirrored from one another, and the two characters interact with it differently. It has great potential, but the issue becomes that only Bob can really solve the puzzle, because most of them are push-object puzzles, and only Bob can push them. This makes Viv's perspective mostly an informational gathering tool, which can get stale when it's single player. The puzzles themselves are well made, however, and it did make me think. Is it worth it? Give it a try. It's quick and can be played in browser. I think most people would price this like $1 to $2 if you're going to be like the type of person who pays money for a game. And I'm realizing now that I spent a lot of time rendering this footage. I want to say, like, the hiccups with this video in particular took me like an hour of rendering stuff just for this small segment of my stream. So, I'm gonna put Viv and Bob at the bottom of B tier, and I'm gonna drink some water. And I'm gonna make sure the footage is actually playing. Oh, should we have some pizza too? That's a hair. My family's so hairy. It could have just been in, like, the flour for all I know. Okay. So there we go. That's Viv and Bob. Hydrate pizza. Well, specifically pineapple pizza. There you go. Alright. Next we got Pipe Push Paradise. So, this, like I said earlier, that, like, oh yeah, these kind of games are called Sokoban games. I heard this from Cloaked. I had no idea that, like, block pushy puzzles were called that. But this one's a twist where you're pushing pipes that, like, rotate as you push them, so you're doing these kind of push puzzles in a 3D space, and it's really, really weird. Okay. It's $10. You can find it on Steam and on itch. The length, each puzzle varies greatly. And I think you need to clear, like, most, if not all, of the puzzles to actually get an ending, which I did not do. Because I started to get really frustrated. And, there's a reason why most of these, like, puzzle games I don't beat on a single stream. And it's typically because making myself rush through puzzles is not very fun to me. The thumbnail and the tier maker lines up perfectly. It seems like the logo is just doubled. Let me take a look here quick. That is kind of fun. Alright, alright, back to my review here. Okay. So, it's Sokoban, it's top-down, it's 3D. The pros is that this is incredibly difficult and has a great visual style, and it's also got some, like, comedy elements that were fun to mess around with. I'm gonna actually have more Martinellis. You guys want some? Like, it turned out so great, we used it twice. Yeah. It's so good. It's so good. Okay. So, yeah, it's incredibly difficult and has a great visual style, and I like the comedy. At least the parts of the comedy I got to see. The cons. It's incredibly difficult. But this time I mean it as it's incredibly difficult to, like, understand, like, how you push things. Like, what makes a pipe turn can be a little bit difficult to intuit sometimes. The sound effects are also a little bit jarring, because, like, if you push something and it can't rotate, it makes a loud clanging noise, which means if you keep pushing it repeatedly, it's going to clang, 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 and, that's a little bit difficult audio, that's a little bit rough audio balancing. Also, when I say this game is 3D, I mean it. So one of the cons is that the depth perception is incredibly hard to gauge, because there's quite a few puzzles which require you to angle things upright, and judging how high up something needs to go, or if it's gonna hit something, is next to impossible. The depth perception is, very difficult to manage. So that is a definite con for the game. So Pipe Push Paradise is one of those games that does something so simple, yet I haven't seen it before. It's a Sokoban, but with a third dimension rotation. It's so absurdly hard to wrap my head around that I never finished this game, but it will make you stew for hours. Like, I believe this is another game that I went to revisit, and then I just was like, I can't. And I also... Hey, Hey, Mom? Do you want to have a hashtag good time? This game's totally not gonna make you tear your hair out. I think we'd have a great time trying to solve these puzzles. Totally. We wouldn't fight at all. We'd know how we solved the puzzle. I detect lies. The puzzles I was able to solve were very fun, okay? Yeah, the only downsides I encounter sometimes when pushing objects that can make a rather obnoxious sound, like when their rotation is blocked. And with the art style, depth perception is more difficult of a hurdle than it has to be. Is it worth it? If you want a challenging puzzle game, this could last you a while. I'm accused of being a liar, guys. I am a liar, pants on fire. Anyway, so lucky I'm near the keyboard. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. There's a pop-up on my windows that made me, like, lose my place on everything. Sometimes. I'm an imp. Yeah, I'm an imp. I get it. Okay. So, because I didn't manage to, like, actually, like, beat enough of this game to actually beat the game, like, like, for this one in particular, I feel like I skipped so many puzzles that I'm not sure I can properly assess it. So, I don't know if that means that I should unrank it, or if I should put it on the threshold between B and C. Like, I don't know. I don't know, because on the one hand, it means that it didn't hook me hard enough to keep playing it, right? But on the other, like, is it just that it's, like, really difficult and I didn't give it enough time? I don't know. C tier, it made you lie to your mom. Well, hey, I'm detecting some bias. I'm detecting some bias. But yeah, I think I'm gonna put it in C. I think I liked Flat Kingdom a little bit more. But this placement here is for personal preference, and not because I think that this game is constructed badly. I think I just liked other things more. At the same time, this game has got me thinking about, like, puzzles in a different way, which is cool, so I might revisit its placement. Alright. Yeah, like, this is the family antics you guys are here for, right? Alright. So this is Clean Attack, and, this is not a trailer, I think. Maybe it is? Okay, no, this is the gameplay concept. I think. Okay. Maybe. Anyway, this is posted by Diadus LP. So if that's not the creator, go check them out. Like, this is some gameplay footage. I'd say it's worthy of a C tier just for that. Okay. Sure. Alright, so Clean Attack is $1 on itch, and it's a comedy arcade game, and the run takes about 5 minutes. Pros. This game does not take itself seriously at all. As you can see, you're just, like, going up and down a window and trying your best to clean it. The game knows that this is a absurd task. Cons, this game is difficult to learn. Like, you're told you need to, like, make a circle on dirt smears in order to clear, in order to clean the glass, right? What this exactly means is very unclear. I'm inclined to think this isn't the trailer of the game just because of seeing how this person is trying to play the game, because, yeah, it's difficult to understand. So Clean Attack is a game jam game, and as such, it's a little jank. That said, the title screen itself made me laugh so hard. It is a hell of a thing to experience, and it alone brings the game up in my eyes. The gameplay itself is serviceable, if a bit difficult to understand. Is it worth it? It's decently fun. So, I think that means I'm putting this as a B tier, because of the title sequence. Like, it's gotta be beneath Viv and Bob.
Let's have a drink.
Cheers. It's gotta be beneath Viv and Bob. I think I did like this one more than Clean Attack, but the title screen of Clean Attack is so funny. Basically, it's a choir in a hallway begging you to clean the windows. Like, an actual, like, choir of people praying to you. And I think that's tremendously hilarious. Alright. Let me stretch. Stretch, 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 and slowly lower my arms down to the sides. Stretch over to the left, and stretch, 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 and back. Stretch over to the right, stretch, 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 and back. And I'm gonna twist that spine, twist, 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 and back. And I'm gonna twist the spine the other way, twist, 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 and back. Alright. So we're gonna move on to the next game now, which is Little Dozer. Are you guys ready for a Little Dozer? Okay. So this is a pay-what-you-want Pico 8 game available on itch. It took me like about half an hour to play this game. So it's a top-down destruction comedy game. So, yeah, you basically just drive around as a bulldozer and ram things to the ground. The pros, it's a cute story, and it is funny. And cons, as a Pico 8 game, volume can be a problem. This game is loud. It is super loud and a little bit obnoxious at times. So Little Dozer is a cute, fun game about destroying stuff. It doesn't shy away from telling a story and doing so, and it's weirdly sweet. Is it worth it? I think so. I recommend spending like $3. Yeah, my review on this is short and sweet. I had fun with it. Doesn't really leave too much of a lasting impression on me personally. But it is fun. Destroying stuff is fun, alright? The developer knows this. So, I think we've got another B-tier game. I'm gonna put this above Bullfrog. The Bullfrog goes underneath Elefantasy Flipside, actually, looking at that. Yeah, okay, there we go. And you guys can still see the bottom of the tier list, right? Yeah, okay, cool, cool. So that's, like, Little Dozer, short and sweet, okay? Sometimes you don't need more than that. It's fun. Go check it out. Okay, so Murder Most Foul. I forgot to grab footage of Murder Most Foul. Huh. Out of all the things for me to forget, it's this one, huh? Cause like, when I search for Murder Most Foul itch, okay, I did find it. Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna, save this image and boot that up really quick for you guys so that way you can see it, because I did not properly grab the trailer. I'm sorry. Because there is no trailer. I didn't make my own either, so. Here. The game deserves at least this much dignity so you know what game I'm talking about, okay? Here you go. Murder Most Foul. Okay? There we go. So, okay, so pay what you want. You can buy it on itch. I mean, technically, you don't buy it on itch, I believe. I think it's... Yeah, you can find it on itch. You can play it for free. So go play it for free if you want to. It takes about 10 minutes to beat a round of this game. It's a logic puzzle. It's top-down and 2D. So, yeah. Pros. Calling the logic squares your mind palace I found very funny. So, like, it's kind of solving it kind of like... Yeah, like, you know, logic puzzles, right? Where it's like the man in the red house can't live next to the person who has a cat. That kind of puzzle, okay? That's the sort of things we have to deduce with this. So it's kind of like Clue in that way, except Clue is like playing cards in people's hands instead of an actual puzzle to solve. See, cons of this game is that there's an impossible map layout. And I mean that as in not impossible to solve the puzzle. I mean impossible as in the layout of this house breaks the space-time continuum. Like, I don't know how to describe the layout of the house, but the fact that it doesn't make logical sense makes it very hard to navigate. And when you're trying to find all the clues, that makes that very difficult. And then there's also the fact that clues can have confusing double meanings. Like, they said, like, one clue was supposed to, like, exclude something, but it sounded more like the phrasing of it, I wish I wrote down what it was, because it didn't actually exclude it in, like, the way that most logic puzzles do. Yeah, I really wish I'd wrote it down, but there's the way that things phrase it, it doesn't actually confirm things in a way that say, ooh, cross it out! And that's a no-go for me. So this is a logic puzzle game with a clue-like skin. The functionality of the game is pretty decent, with some phrasing of clues making it slightly hard to actually deduce the culprit at times. I think the biggest strike against the game is the level layout, with the mansion looping on itself in impossible ways, creating a disorienting experience. If it was randomized, I would be more willing to let it slide, as logic algorithms are complicated. However, the mansion is the same every time, leaving this much less acceptable in my eyes, simply for how egregious the kitchen area is. Like, okay. Yeah, the kitchen. I want you to imagine, right? You start in, like, a courtyard. You have the front door, and you have two side doors. If you go through, like, the side door on your left, you enter the kitchen. The kitchen has, like, another door, like, straight across, okay? Like, on the opposite side of the room. At least I think that's where it is. Still, the point is, in the kitchen, there's another door on the other side of the kitchen, and if you pass through that door, you enter the courtyard from the other side. So where the rest of the mansion should be, there is just more courtyard. Which is what made me think, the mansion is randomly generated. No, it's not. They just neglected to make it make sense. Like, some space stretching is fine. I don't expect you to be perfect, but I expect some navigatable consistency, please. I would greatly enjoy that. Is it worth it? It's free, so you can try it, but I wouldn't go out of my way to recommend this game. So I think you know that means that I'm unfortunately gonna put Murder Most Foul in C tier. I think I'm gonna put it between Project Mallow and Swim Out. Actually, I think I like Project Mallow more than Flash over Mega Sector. Alright. From that, though, we can go ahead and say goodbye to the Murder Most Foul image here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Goodbye. And next we're going to talk about Paint Game. Look away, Mom. This is not your kind of game. My mom's eyes hurt sometimes looking at scenes like this. Like Unfinished Swan. That kind of breaks my mom's brain a little bit. But this is a pay-what-you-want game, and it's available on itch. Length as long as you want. This is a sandbox game. It's an art sandbox game. It's 3D. It's also very chill, and it's got an interesting save system, so you can like make sure to like save your art as a particular file and like export it and then like load it back in again later if you want to. The cons though is that this is a bit disorienting. The paint is very, very inaccurate. Your like brush size, like, you can only get so fine with the tools you're given, and that's a little bit sad to me. Like, yeah. So art games are a fascinating niche that can do a lot of weird things, with this one being a 3D coloring book. It's a gentle beachscape with birds and storefronts and lots of surfaces to paint. The eye strain can be a bit bad, as moving around these partially painted landscapes can be a bit brain-breaking, and the paint style makes it hard to draw detail, but overall it's a fun game to mess around with. Is it worth it? There's only one map, so I'd value it around the $2-3 mark to support the dev. If there were more maps, I would probably rate this higher, even. But like, it's free. You don't need to have more maps. You don't need to have more. This is pretty good as is. It's definitely a B tier. I'm gonna put it above Clean Attack, I think. Yeah, we'll put it there. That seems pretty good. Alright. So, we only have a couple games left, but I need to take a quick break. Alright. So, I'm just gonna leave you with a little bit of music quick. I'm not gonna be gone long, so so don't go anywhere, okay? I just need more water. Okay. I'm back. That's right, I'm back, and I've got more water. So come on, guys. Remember to hydrate. It's good for you. My voice feels so much better. Alright. So that means that the next game we're going to be playing is Pictassembler. Okay. So this is another one that I had to post footage of because there was none that I could find. And it's a, it's a puzzle game. It's $5. Its length, I don't know how many levels it has, and I don't know how long to expect you to solve them, because, like, these are automation puzzles. So, like, I guess, like, if you consider automation a genre, this is in the automation genre. So it's a top-down puzzle automation game. It's easy to learn, but it gets complicated real quick, but it's well color-coded. So those are my pros. Cons. There's a first try bonus, alright? There's a first try bonus, and that feels contrary to the actual gameplay. Like, you're ranked on two regards. Like, how many pieces you used, and, if, like, how many, like, did you get it on your first try? With how complicated these levels get, putting a first try bonus just seems cruel, because, like, you're just gonna retry it once you've learned it, right? Once you've learned it, you retry it, and you already have, like, a plan for a particular level, and you just have to replicate it at that point, and that doesn't exactly feel like, genuine, I guess? That's a little weird. It's a little weird to have that kind of bonus. But this game is not bad. Automation can be kind of hard for me, even when I try. So, like, I'll eventually get a thing, but it's not going to be efficient in the slightest. Like, Minecraft, like, modded Minecraft is one of those things that I'm going to use as an example, because I try my best to automate things, and then I just take the most convoluted, long thing that uses so much resources. However, I can still appreciate how easy this game is to play, and it's very satisfying to have the orbs fly around into the correct spot. I appreciate how all the pieces are different colors, which helps immensely with visual clarity. And additionally, most pieces are pretty easy to intuit their function from their visual design. I think the game is well structured, but it is extremely hard. Is it worth it? There are a lot of puzzles. If you enjoy these puzzles, the amount would be well worth $5. Now, I say this because if you enjoy it, because I don't know exactly, like whose cup of tea, like, automation puzzles are, but if you do like them, this has you covered. This is definitely an automation game. Yeah, I just messed up in the gameplay footage. I was watching myself, and I'm like, yeah. Oh no. So, with that note, I think as a personal take for me, I'm gonna put it at C because I don't really like it that much. But that's, again, that's my own personal taste, and that's not a mark of quality. I think it's very well constructed, it's just not my jam. If you think you'd like it, like, go for it. If you like those kind of puzzles, I've got you. This is for a very specific kind of person, and I am not that kind of person. Okay. Stick it. Stick it. Okay, so this is another one that there was no trailer. So I found a speed run of the game, which is not exactly a great indicator of what this game is like. especially me playing this game, but it's what we have and you're gonna take it, okay? Because I'm not uploading another, like, segment, alright? So, this game is $3. It's available on Steam. I know because I bought it. There's a lot of these games that I did not actually pay money directly for because I supported a charity. This is one that I went out of the way to buy. And, for length of this game, I have listed, you will be trying for hours. I did not beat it. People in the reviews are saying it took them up to 20 hours. And with the footage right here, it can be beaten in 4 minutes. But yeah, I was playing this for 3 hours, and I did not make it past, like, Zone 2. That's how hard this game is, okay? This game is ridiculous. So, it's a 3D precision platformer. It's fast-paced first person. So, it's got nice, tight, steady controls. Like, playing this game for hours, I can appreciate how, like, stable the control scheme is. It's really nice. There are multiple ways to complete a level, which is cool, and as you can, like, with the speedrun footage beneath me, you can fucking tell there are multiple ways to beat a level. It also features a level editor, which is really cool. Cons, this game is not approachable in the slightest. You are gonna boot up this game, you are not gonna know what the hell you're doing. Like, there's something to be said for being able to experiment as you start trying a game, and, like, I think the very first area is alright, but could be a little bit better, and then after that point, I'm like, what the hell? Because this is, like, one of the most extreme difficulty curves I've ever played. Like, this game is hard, it does not care what you think. This game does not care. Alright, so imagine, if you will, getting over it but in 3D. If you fall, you have to start over, and then give it wall-jumping, fast-thinking parkour. It is a thoroughly punishing experience, which I'm no stranger to those. I'm no stranger to punishing experiences. Though it escalates in difficulty so fast it is absurd. It goes from about 60% completing the first section according to the achievements, to 18% beating the first section. That's how steep the curve is. I think one part of this hindrance is the fact that, like other vertical climbing hell games, like Getting Over It, there is no checkpoint system, only a practice system that will let you go so far. I would have enjoyed personally... I forgot to put the hat back on. I would have enjoyed personally an opt-in amount of difficulty, like allowing checkpoints of some regard but disabling the achievements for it. You might think this is the same with the practice mode the game already has implemented, but trust me, it is not the same. Is it worth it? I love it. It is hell. Do not take my endorsement of it lightly. You will not finish this game. It is very fun. Stick it as an A-tier game. Stick it as A-tier, alright? I am never gonna beat this game, but it is very fun, and I love it. Hey! We're not talking about Calico just yet. We're just watching the speedrun, okay? Shush. So I think this game is very good. It's, like, I know that most of these are, like, assets, probably, from, like, right? They might be. Maybe they are created. They're all decently cohesive. Maybe they're all, like, from the same pack of assets. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible that these are assets from something. Like, some kind of pack. But I'm not sure. I don't know. It feels interesting to navigate a place like this. And I love this game. I enjoyed playing this game. I will never complete this game, and that is okay. Alright? I'm looking at the speedrun footage, and it is okay that I am never gonna beat this game. Alright. We good? I think we're good. I think I'm... A tier. A tier. When you get the platforming right, it is so fun. And that's why I'm putting it as high as it is. Alright? It is fun. It is fun. I think it's got flaws, but it's fun. Alright. Next up, Calico. Now this is the game that I picked to play once I could not handle any more Stick It that day. Like, 3 hours of Stick It, I think, is, like, enough. It is enough. So this game is $12, and you can pick it up on Steam and on itch, and this is the trailer on Switch, so you know it can be played on Switch as well. It took me about 6 hours to complete, and it's a 3D casual exploration game. The pros is that it's cute and silly, there's excellent character customization, so you can be as adorable or as ridiculous as you want, and you can pet any animal. There are so many animals in this game, you can pet all of them. Like, Calico is about, like, running a cat cafe, so petting the animals is a must. It's just surprising how many of them aren't cats. Now, for me, the controls are a little bit jank. We're getting into the cons here. The controls are a little jank. There are cooking minigames, and they are incredibly strict on timing. And sometimes the world just feels a little bit empty. Like, there's some places where, like, it's vast and open, but doesn't have a lot in it. Like, you kind of just saw one of those in, like, the footage of the trailer. And, like, it's pretty, but just a little something some places might have helped. So Calico's a bit of a mixed bag for me. On the one hand, the game is cute and has moments which genuinely made me laugh. On the other, the controls are a little bit loose, and most of the quests in the game are slightly differently flavored fetch quests. This is an issue that a lot of non-combat games fall into, and to Calico's credit, there's also a cooking minigame which factors into some of these quests, with you needing to bake to progress, adding a bit more depth to gameplay. Something to note is that this is an exploration game, and not a cat cafe game. While the cafe is how you make money, it is not where your gameplay is focused, except for aesthetic reasons. If you want an exploration game, this is where to be, but if you want to manage a storefront or more in-depth social mechanics, this title is a little bit lacking. Is it worth it? I think this game is still worth playing, but I wouldn't go out of my way to recommend it to people. So, that means I think that this is probably another low B tier game. Like, it's a complete game. It works. But like, while I enjoyed the cooking minigame, the timing combined with how, like, loose your controls are didn't feel good. And, which is a shame because I think the cooking minigame could have worked out nicely with a little bit tighter controls or with a little bit looser timing. I'm a little bit sad. Like, I want to like the game more than I do. Because, like, I had a lot of fun petting animals and, like, running around with them. But, like, it just needed a little bit of extra polish that it didn't get. And, well, not much we can do about that. Alright, so next is The Search. Alright, so this is a, it's a walking sim. Like, okay, it phrases itself kind of like a first-person puzzle game. Or like a screen-to-screen kind of point-and-click puzzle game. It's a walking sim, alright? It's $4. It takes about an hour and a half. You can find it on Steam and on itch. And it's a, 3D walking sim first-person puzzle asterisk. I don't really think it's much of a puzzle. The pros, it's got real good environments, and it's got a, like, nice contemplative pacing, which it can be difficult to achieve, like, a contemplative pacing, like, either, like, it can be too slow or it can be too fast. Like, whoops, gotta make sure you guys actually get to see the trailer. Whoops. Bring it around again. Okay. Like, it can be difficult to, create a contemplative space, and I think the game does a pretty good job of cultivating an environment that is contemplative. Now, let's get to the cons. Now, it doesn't actually let the player think about the ideas that it's presented, okay? Now, you might think that that, like, contradicts what I just said about the game providing nice contemplative space. And I said the environments are contemplative, so you can find, like, little bits of lore and story pieces as you progress, and it'll quote Carl Jung. And then the game will tell you what it thinks about that quote from Carl Jung. You don't get to think about what this environment says about their interpretation of what Carl Jung says. The game just tells you outright what the developer thinks about that. And, that doesn't feel like a very philosophical exploration to me. It also has an over-reliance on these philosophical quotes, which then cuts into the puzzle-solving aspect. It becomes a sort of navigation to look for particular objects to progress. There's not really much of a puzzle aspect as soon as you know what you're supposed to be doing, which is a little bit disappointing. There's just not much puzzle solving, so I don't think this is really a puzzle game. So, I like when games give me large questions to think about, questioning ourselves, our actions, our society. But I don't like being told how I should think, how engaging with other people's art, television, robs us of our own creativity. Yes, this game says that engaging with other people's art hinders your creativity, which is just the most wild take that I flagrantly disagree with. This game has elements that come from a point-and-click puzzle, but I wouldn't pitch it as such, more along the lines of a walking simulator. From this technical standpoint, I think the game is well constructed and I enjoyed it. It's when we engage with the quotes hidden around the game that we begin to told how we should think about them. If the game had more narrative about a specific character talking about themselves or going through a crisis, I don't even think it would be too bad. But there's a lot of saying we, as if these experiences, these thoughts are universal when they are not. To be philosophical is to debate, and there is no room for your side in this game. Is it worth it? It's a bit dry, but pretty. And to some it might be thought-provoking, but do not come here if you want puzzles. So, like, I disagree with the philosophy of this game, just straight up. It sure is a take. I've never played a video game which has told me that TV is brain rot, okay? Like, I thought, like, I'm pretty sure we've, like, mostly moved past that thought. Like, growing up, there were some times where I'm told, like, oh, you shouldn't watch too much TV, that's not good for you. But in video games, which at the time was basically staring at a TV or a computer, that's typically a space that's safe for you to go, and say, like, TV's fine. Like, it's not much different from what you're already doing. But, yeah, I've never played a video game that's trashed on TV before until I played this game! Like, normally it's, like, older media that trashes on newer media. So, like, a play might trash on books, I guess, and books trash on TV, and TV trashes on video games. And then video games now, trash on TV, okay. Like, as art, it is getting me talking. And that is what you should be doing with art. It's just the fact that I completely disagree with this philosophy. And, yeah, I don't really enjoy this game. TV bad, Carl Jung. My sources for that is that I made it the fuck up. Yeah, I enjoyed Miasma Caves more than this, but, like, it comes across to me as somebody who's having their own existential crisis. And weirdly enough, for a take for a game that says that other people's media starves you of creativity, and then making a game which is mostly centered around the quotes of another person, it tracks. If that's your perspective of how creativity hurts other people, making something that pulls a lot of inspiration from somebody else's work, it doesn't track at all. You were clearly inspired by Carl Jung. Clearly. And you have the audacity to say that you can't be inspired by the works of other people? It's a weird take, man. Are you okay? I think this is a good growing stepping stone as a creator, at least. Like, and the game is functional, it works well, and for most cases, it's also very clearly visually indicated. I don't think I really got lost. Jungian cultists are weird as a rule. Yeah, I can see it. So, yeah, like, I think that this needed a, yeah, from gameplay aspect, it's fine, could be better. From a philosophical aspect, I go, what do you mean? Alright. Alright, so next up we've got A Whole New World. Alright, so, A Whole New World is an action platformer game. This trailer doesn't indicate that right away. But it's $10. You can buy it on Steam and on itch. I made it about halfway through the game in around 3 hours. I did not finish. Psych-analyst cultists are weird in general. It's just this is a specific flavor of weird, right? Like, yeah, there's multiple flavors of weird, and you can be weird. You have the right to be weird. Alright. So, it's a platformer, it's difficult, it's 2D, it's linear, it's like, yeah, it's an action shooter, kind of. It's a little difficult to describe. Okay. But, we got pros here. It's got excellent art. It's got a good hook. And its controls are consistent. Meaning, like, part of how this game works is you can flip upside down, and I was worried that when I did flip upside down, like, my jump would be reversed, and it's not, and that was nice. I appreciated that my controls did not flip when I turn upside down. Cons, though. You can be damaged by things off-screen and completely out of your control, because while you're on one side of a screen transition, stuff is still moving on the other side, and it can jump out and hurt you, okay? So, I'm gonna label that as a con, because there's literally nothing you can do about that. No, that's not my fault. There are some mechanic double standards. So, like, some bottomless pits kill you, others flip you upside down. I'll get to that. There's sometimes dark enemies on a dark background, which is a very big no-no. There's also no way to check your keybinds, only to rebind them. So you don't get to go and see, like, oh, W is jump, S is crouch, A and D is move, or whatever. It's like if you go to check the keybinds, it just assumes, like, oh, you need new keybinds? Fair enough. Because, like, this game also brags that it doesn't have a tutorial. You, quote, know how to play. So I was like, okay, to make sure I actually know how to play, I'm gonna check the keybinds. And it was like, you definitely know the keys because you bound them yourself! which is a take to have. I can't even reset them to default after that. It's just, you're stuck with them now. You remember the keybinds? It's the weirdest key binding I've ever done. So, this game has a golden premise, but falters greatly as soon as it has to do much with it. The game has two worlds, one on top of another, and if you jump through a pit in the ground, you will come out into the other world upside down. The biggest issue with this is that it doesn't freeze or unload the world you aren't in, meaning as you walk by pits, sometimes enemies jump out of it and you won't be able to see them coming. Likewise, you can only attack at rather odd angles with your basic attacks, which means the levels have enemies spawn. Oh yeah, the levels sometimes have enemy spam, and it's grueling to get through. It means when the levels have enemy spam. There we go. This game also brags about not needing a tutorial, so to be safe, I went to the options to check the keybinds to make sure I didn't miss anything, and I was met with the weirdest keybind screen I've ever seen. One by one, the game goes through the keybinds, and whatever key you input, it rebinds that action to that key. You either rebind no keys, or all the keys. As such, I cannot speak for what the default keys are, as there is no way to reset them. This is perhaps the least accessible key rebind system I have ever seen. The part that made me quit this game was Boss 3. This boss takes place in an upside-down section, which already makes things slightly harder, as the camera angle is not something you can easily draw reference to with other gaming experiences. But this boss also has two bottomless pits on either side of the arena. While most bottomless pits flip you right side up, these ones insta-kill you. And that's not all. The boss also features many rush attacks or projectile patterns which can force you into these pits at a whim, and even a grab attack, where if it seems like you don't react exactly on time, she will grab you and throw you into the pit. Given this fight can take upwards of 3 to 5 minutes per attempt, having a late attempt die because of these pits was so infuriating that I could not continue. It's not just because of their inclusion, which goes against other pits established in the game. It's also because of their misleading design language on top of that. All in all, from what I've played, the game all in all, from what I played, the game focuses too much on what makes the game hard versus what makes it challenging but fair.
Let's have a drink.
Is it worth it? I can see some people really enjoying it, but I did not really like it. I think, having unique projectiles can also work. I think that, the basic premise of the game being that you can turn the world upside down is great. It's just that then you also have enemy spam, which is, next to never fun to deal with. Alongside wonky projectiles, alongside dark enemies on a dark background, alongside misleading design language, and it just compounds deeper and deeper, and it needed to be a little bit more consistent. Your projectiles needed to be maybe a little bit more consistent, or the design language needed to be a little bit more consistent, or something needed to be more consistent. Something somewhere. I'm putting it in C tier. It's unfortunate, because, there's some things about this that I do think are really cool, but I did not enjoy it. Alright. Stellar interface. So this one This one's the roguelike game, right? Like, we played quite a few, like, sci-fi roguelike games in a single day. So... Pizza? Okay, we can have a little pizza. You're right, it has been a little while since we had pizza, so, like... Good idea. Good call, good call. So, this game is $13. You can find it on Steam and on itch, and a single run took me around 30 minutes. And it's a shoot 'em up, bullet hell, side-scroller arcade. You know, you didn't get anything, you still didn't. Okay, here you go. Isn't that good? When can you get here? Yeah. Like, it's gonna be quite a long flight, or even longer, like, train, huh? You're satisfied? Alright, cool. I'm glad that you enjoyed the pizza. So yeah, it's a side scroller, like, or not side scroller even. It's an auto scroller 2D arcade roguelike sci-fi shoot 'em up. Is that enough genres for you? So pros, lasers go brrr. That's what I wrote. I wrote lasers go brrr. And what I meant by that is, like, they're really convenient for destroying lots of enemies, because this game has lots of enemies. Can't argue with that one. I know you can't. So destroying larger enemies can also be very satisfying. And the image at the same time. I don't even think that's the same laser I was mentioning, because I picked, like, there's the laser. Okay, maybe, well, there it goes. Anyway, there's a lot of weapons in the game, and that's cool, okay? You know, if I write down more pros later, I need to write down that there's actually quite a lot of weapons, and that's interesting. Weapon variety can help, like, with how the game feels. But we're gonna get into the cons now. So, the sounds are so loud. The audio balancing on this is not great. Could have used a little bit more fine-tuning, or like an options menu, stuff like that. It's not very well balanced. The game has several bosses. I would have liked to see some. I only fought one boss the entire time I played. I played 4-ish runs, and some endless, and it was always the exact same boss. So, would have been nice to see some more. Upgrades don't tell you what they actually do. You have to infer from their joking reference. 'Cause yeah, they're just meme-y named. They're just referenced to, like, pop culture. It's like Rambo. I've never seen Rambo, so I don't get that reference. But so I guess I'm just gonna have to guess what this power-up does. But, like, some of them actually do say what they do, right? And it's like, I am not against you making jokey, fun references with your, like, descriptions, but as somebody who hasn't watched these things, I would appreciate, like, a little bit of information, just to, even if it's just briefly, like, oh, your bullets are on fire now. Like, thanks. 'Cause, like, I know that I should be able to infer, like, an upgrade, like, spicy chili peppers would probably set my bullets on fire. But the description of, ah! Doesn't help. And I don't think that's exactly what it was, but it was something like that. Let's see. Also, the enemy HP scales depending on progression. So if you invest in damage, like, sure, you might be able to, like, one-shot, like, a basic enemy early on, but then later that same enemy is just fine again? With, like, no explanation as to why, really? It's weird. I feel like you should have just, like, had some harder enemies that had more HP. And then there's also percentage chance for, like, different levels to appear in the roguelike thing, right? So it tells you, like, what percent chance it has, right? So there's 4 different options for what a level can be. And it shows you, like, a rough percentage chance as to what you're gonna get. Except there are some times where, you know, I see, like, this has a 90% chance of being an enemy encounter and a 20% chance to be a shop. That's not how math and statistics work. So it begins to feel like, okay, this is heavily weighted to be combat, but it could be a shop. But once you realize, like, once you know that, like, the percentage chance doesn't mean anything, really, it just, what's the point, really? Like, what's the point in having it be percentage instead of being, like, highly, like, you could just have it say high likelihood of this, lesser likelihood of this. Yeah, yeah, hashtag math. Not how statistics work. So my review. Stellar interface is a bit jank, but a fun experience. The things that hindered my enjoyment the most were that the hit sounds on the boss were repetitive and deafening, and many upgrades made jokes without telling you what they actually do. I'm a big fan of joking tooltips, but not at the cost of me actually knowing what I'm doing. Is it worth it? There are some better options out there, but this one isn't bad to play despite the gripes. Yeah, I ranted quite a bit about this, but again, as we talked about, you rant about the things that you love, and I think that this one is a B tier at least. I'm gonna put it, it's definitely above Crystal Golem. I think around here is pretty good. Because, like, it's some pretty good shoot 'em up gameplay. That's pretty good. Do I know what's happening? No. B tier, best tier. I don't know what's happening. I would like to know what's happening, please. It would greatly enhance my enjoyment of the game. Next, like I said, we played some space roguelikes back to back. And so, next we played Steam Marines. Remember how I said that like, there's only been a couple of times where I've ever written the review of a game I played for Tiny Game Tuesday on stream. So, Steam Marines starts off pretty good, though. It's $20, and you can buy it on itch and on Steam. The length is probably hours. So it's a roguelike top-down tactics shooter, and it's, like, turn-based. So, a turn-based tactics shooter. Pretty cool. The rocket launchers were fun, and it's challenging. Like, I was honestly considering, like, going back to this game until I, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Okay. So, the cons about this game is that it's very slow. The controls are also pretty counterintuitive. It's also supposed to be steampunk. But I don't know if they know what steampunk is. Because it feels like just like a sci-fi thing. Are the mech suits hold on, that's Steam Marines 2. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Hold on, because that's the next review, okay? So this is Steam Marines 1, and, aesthetic-wise, it does not feel like steampunk at all. And I have a love for different aesthetics. So, like, I know, like, you can have fun and freedom with your aesthetic, because I don't think anybody should be, like, bound to, like, the stereotypes of what the aesthetic is. Like, you can have, like, a cyberpunk universe without over-reliance on neon, right? Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So, I don't think, like, in, like, copper and brass everywhere, it doesn't need to be that for steampunk, right? You don't have to have that. But I think something that is really important for steampunk is steam-powered things. So a steam-powered spaceship would be pretty cool. Why is everything electrical? This is sci-fi. This is sci-fi. You can have sci-fi steampunk, but I'd like the steam in my steampunk, please. Okay, so Steam Marines has its ups and downs. Successfully taking out enemies before they reach you is satisfying, and the ability to tear down spaceship walls is way more fun than it should be. But every time you end your turn, every single enemy takes their turn, even when you can't see them. This long wait time makes the game twice as long as it needs to be, while also ending up giving spoilers for where enemy locations are, as the camera pans to where the action is taking place. Making it so you only see what enemies are doing when they move outside the fog of war would have dramatically improved the amount of time the level takes. Also, switching between units and maneuvering them is a bit of an ordeal, with things like changing what direction a unit's facing still taking precious action points, which are few and far between. I think there's something to enjoy here, but it's a bit hard to reach, and not for everyone. Is it worth it? Bit of a gamble at this price range. It feels finished, but not polished. And, like, that's an important distinction to make. That it's not very polished, and so I'm gonna put this at the bottom of C tier. No, it's a crime to put this above Miasma Caves. Okay, so it's in D tier, okay. It's very slow and clunky, okay? There's things that I liked about it, but it's also really, really hard to get into. Electric steam. I can live with that. Use steam for your electric generation, I think could still be considered steampunk, but this doesn't feel steampunk aside from, like, mech suits. And mech suits, I'm sorry to say, it can be any genre. Please do not commit a crime against humanity. Crisis averted. Okay. Crisis has been averted. So this Steam Marines 2, I had trouble finding a trailer for. So, that's a bad sign. This game is $25. When I picked out Steam Marines and Steam Marines 2, I told myself that it would be cool to play 2 games in sequence by the same developer and see how much they improved from one game to the next. And that's why I played these games back to back. You can find this game on Steam, and you can find it on itch. It like the previous game, it shares the same genres, right? It's just changed, like, from a top-down 2D to a top-down 3D. So, pros, scouts are OP as hell. They can move so far in this game, and, like, that's pretty cool. It was very fun. Okay. Very might be a stretch. It was fun. And the visuals are competent. I think that they used these assets pretty well. I don't know if they made them or if they bought them. Not entirely sure. Cons, there is no tutorial. So no tutorial. You can't see damage sources. What I mean by that is that if there is a hazard on the map, in between turns, it'll just hurt you and not pan the camera to show you what's happening. If an enemy attacks you, same thing. Won't pan the camera, but it'll still take time to animate what's happening, so you still have to wait. And, like, I'm gonna veto that as, like, no, I don't think you should do that. There's also poor audio balancing. I sound like a broken record with poor audio balancing, but it's poor audio balancing. The controls are questionable. I'll get into it. There's needless pop-ups. Basically, your units can talk to themselves in a chat field, and it's purely fluff flavor text. It's not important at all. Audio balancing is important. It is. Like, it is. Or at least the ability to adjust, right? If you can adjust the crimes... Okay, if you leave room for people to adjust the audio themselves, then you won't commit audio crimes on people, okay? That's what I'm trying to say. So dead enemies are still highlighted as things you can target. And there's also a lack of mechanical depth. Adjust the crimes. Can we get a slider in here for how many crimes are being committed? Zoop! Thanks! Alright. So, when I played this game, I had just played the original Steam Marines. I purposely played them like this because I thought it'd be interesting to see how a development team or developer grows and changes over time. I was greatly surprised as to this game's quality. I was greatly surprised as to this game's quality. First things first, there is no tutorial. Some games can get away with this, but this one cannot. Having to figure out that to select a unit is left click, but ordering them to do things is right click, was a bit larger of a jump than I was expecting, and it feels awkward. In addition, while the camera will target enemies as they take their turn, it will not show them attacking your units. This leads to lasers and fire appearing across the screen between turns without any indication where it's coming from, who got hit, or by how much, unless you look at the chat logs. Chat logs, which are filled with not only relevant data, but character fluff dialogue. Sometimes, the HUD displaying unit information will also glitch between floors. I had it displayed that all my units had 5 attacks, when really they still had none, as the turn had not reset from the previous floor. All in all, while looking fairly nice, the game lacks polish, identity, and transparency. Is it worth it? Play Steam Marines 1, it's absurdly hard, but it has more mechanic depth than actually feels playable. Now, something this review also doesn't touch on is that... Okay, let me make sure I'm getting my facts straight for this, right? So, I go to, like, the Steam page. This is an early access game. Quote, "There is currently no in-game tutorial, although Steam Marines 2 has a lot more contextual tooltips to help you on a first playthrough. The response to a dev went to ask if there was a tutorial. There is no contextual tooltips! There is no tooltips at all from what I remember. Anyway, the dev says that this is early access on Steam, but if you go to the itch page, it says Steam Marines 3 on itch. So they're already developing a first-person shooter for Steam Marines 3 as well. Even though they have not finished Steam Marines 2. So look, I don't want to be accusatory, but this feels like it feels a little bit like you're just trying to get games out there for money. That's what it feels like. I can't, okay. You can't buy Steam Marines 3 yet. They also started developing a new game after announcing Steam Marine 3. Look, honestly, like, I can get behind the idea of, like, not being able to finish a project and moving on to the next one, right? But I don't have the audacity to sell my unfinished game for $25. I think you need to rein back a little bit. I think Steam Marines 1 is, like, if I could get into it, I think it would be a lot better. Like, I think once I actually understood what was happening, and if it had a little bit more polish on its controls, it might even be B tier. But Steam Marines 2 is not a finished game. It's not, there's having a game that could use a little more polish, and then there's, you didn't finish the game. And you're selling it like this. And I'm like, this feels like an internal alpha. They haven't been active online for about 3 to 4 years, so you don't know what happened to them. Like, the latest Steam Marines update was in 2022, so it's like 2 years. So I don't know what's happening. So, like, my advice is to either finish your games properly or charge less for them. Okay? Like, I am an advocate for you charging what your game is worth. And most cases, I will not argue with you if you price your game at $20 because you put in so much effort for this. But this is I've found the exception. I found the exception. I don't think Steam Marines 2 is ready to be sold. Like, I hope that one day the game is polished, okay? And then it can be worth the price tag, but no. No, this is not it. Alright. Oh, I forgot to page to the Steam Marines 2 logo. It's fine. We knew what we were talking about. Okay, so this next game is nuts. It's also about squirrels. Okay. So, this is a $20 game. You can buy it on itch and on Steam, and it took me about 3 hours. It's a puzzle exploration game, and it's like got a limited palette kind of aesthetic, and it's as you can see, it's a 3D first-person game. So, the aesthetic is one of my pros. I love this aesthetic. Insert squirrel, redeem here. Squirrel! I love the limited palette. I think they make a lot of use out of it. I think it works very well. But, like, there's also, like, good photography tools. Because basically you record footage and then take screen caps of the footage, you can kind of, like, go back and forth to time the perfect photographs. And photographs you don't use, you could just, like, hang up on the wall and stuff, and that's very fun and sweet, and I love that. And it also forgives your photo quality. Like, as long as you have the general gist of what you were trying to photograph, the game is okay with that. And I think that's also really nice. And the game is on your side. The cons? Story is a little bit poor. It's a little bit jank. Like, how do I describe this? How did past me describe this? Nuts is a lovely game about squirrels just doing squirrel things. Maybe. The squirrels are supposed to be a bit weird, a little off, but it feels as if this game needed to commit a bit more and embrace the weird. Either that or give the story a bit more closure come the end. That said, the puzzles were nice to solve, the photography's lovely, and the aesthetic is stunning. All in all, it's a pleasant experience, even if it comes up a bit short on the narrative details. I enjoyed it, check it out. So yeah, like, without, like, going into, like, spoiler territory, like, yeah, the game frames the squirrels as being really weird and maybe even conniving or evil, maybe. Like, there's a mystery to be solved here. And by the end, the squirrels are just kind of, this isn't really even touching on the story, I guess, but just, like, the squirrels are squirrels. They can still be fun to photograph, but I feel like I was a little misled. I was hoping for weird squirrels. And while the squirrels are a little weird, they are, at the end of the day, squirrels. That's it. I did like the variety of, like, ways you had to take pictures, though. It was really nice. So, like, puzzle aspect, I think was just fine. I'm gonna put this, I'm gonna put this bottom of A tier. Because I had fun playing the game. It's just the story gets me a little bit. It's like, I don't know. I think you could have done more. I think you could have done a little more. Alright. Next, we've got Froggy's Battle! Okay, so this, I've played a lot of games in circles. Okay, and I know you probably can't, like, see too well from how I've had to crop the footage here. But I've played a lot of games, like, on platformers on circles. And they can be a little bit difficult to navigate, because what does left or right mean when you're on a circle? Well, let's get into this game, because this is $2. It's on itch and on Steam, and length each run is only a couple minutes, which is a really interesting for a roguelike. Like, this one is really fast, really, really short, really sweet. And I think that's a great strength, because it just makes me go, one more run, one more run, one more run. And I'm having fun when I can fall into the one more run kind of loop. It's a roguelike action 2D circular. I guess that's a genre now. So it's easy to learn, tough to master, but it's also cohesive and pretty balanced. So, like, you only get so many upgrades in the game, and you kind of have to work with it from there. So, you gotta pick your perks carefully. Gotta lurk sadly, hoping the ranking goes well? I hope so, too. We've only got a couple of games left, so Ooh, you won't have too much to catch up on later. The cons is that the levels are not easy. The levels are the same every time. So, it's not as much of a roguelike as I would normally think. But at the same time, your power-ups are random. So do the enemies need to be random? Or is just the power-ups fine? Like, I think, like, some possible variety in the levels would be nice. Maybe you pick, like, how skewed the level is toward a particular enemy from the options you're given. Something like that. It's makes me a little sad that, like, all the levels are, like, always the same all the time. Like, like, oh, the first level has this many tadpoles, the next level has this many, like, little hop guys, and then, like, after that we get introduced to this and this. Like, I think you could strike a balance and make it a little bit different. But even with that, this is unironically one of the most fun roguelikes I have played in a while. And, it's been like 6 months since I played it, and that statement still stands true. While the enemies and how they arrive are not randomized, the weapon sets you obtain are, and that makes each approach to the levels different in its own way. While I have been able to beat the easy mode, the hard mode still escapes me. It's an amazing boiling down of the joys of the genre into such a small package. It even handles being a circle platformer with grace. A circle. A circle with grace. Something I did a deep dive into and found people struggled to perfect. I often dislike games with auto movement too, but combining these two aspects into one allows most of your focus to be on managing, attacking, and dodging. Overall, becoming this addictive blend of one more run. So basically what I'm saying is that how this game combats the problem of what button do you press to move when you're inside a circle is you auto run. And so you tap a direction to change which direction you're going. It doesn't even have to be like the opposite way you're facing. You just have to tap a side arrow to turn around. And then like if you want to jump, that's up, and if you want to dodge, if you want to like zoom, that will be down, regardless of what orientation you're facing. And I think that is an excellent way to combat the directional confusion. Is that the term I'm using for circular games? Directional confusion? Sure. It combats that directional confusion so well. Instead of correlating them to clockwise and counterclockwise, it just becomes a turnaround button, and I think that is excellent. Oh my god, like, it's also so adorable. Like, oh my god, this is an S tier. This is such a fun game. I love it. Yeah. It's short and sweet, and I love it. Like, yeah, the fact that it could use a little more variety, but otherwise, it's so good. It's also pretty silly, too. And I found uses for, like, most of the weapons. They all kind of have their own strengths if you get a good build, which is nice. Really nice. There's kind of a big if there, but, yeah, like, I remember winning with, like, a lot of fire, I think, is my build. I was, like, a magic Froggo. Anyway, I should keep going, because we still have a couple more games left, including Eye of Ra. So, Eye of Ra is a, how do I describe this game? Like, okay, I have to explain it, I think. Like, okay. So, you play as, like, an orbital cannon around Earth, and you're supposed to shoot down asteroids that approach Earth. So you have to be, like, pretty careful about this and manage your time accordingly, because, you have to wait for things to get into range so you can actually shoot it. And it's interesting, because it's, yeah, okay, the game is $5, you can find it on itch. It took me about 3 hours to play, but I sped up a lot and was fairly objective focused, because it's also, like, a simulation, okay? So, like, it has this simulated solar system that you can just observe and watch. As all the planets just go around, you're basically also a telescope, so if you want to, like, zoom in on stuff, you can get additional lore. Although, for me, it was a little bit broken. I didn't, like, get more compendium entries or anything, and, like, I think the entry on the sun was kind of broken. So I would've, like, if that was fixed, that would be great. But it's got a lot of lore to it. I had fun reading the news every time I got a new scenario. But it's yeah, so it's sci-fi, it's atmospheric, it's got a lot of lore. For cons, so in order to locate stuff, you have to use coordinates. And in order to do this, you can input coordinates into the game. However, it breaks when you try to auto-track things. And you have to input them backward. Like, it'll give you, like, go to 30-500, just as a random example. And instead, you have to input it as 500-30. It's like, I do think that just put the boxes in backward. Like, So most of my frustration with the game came from that, especially because it's used a lot for different puzzles. Like having to know like what area of the sky you're supposed to be looking at is it's pretty important when you're trying to shoot down celestial objects. So registry entries also did not appear for me. Oh right, it was the sun that did appear for me, but no other registry entry did appear. I'm not sure if I needed to do something else. I don't really want to shoot anything else, so if that's how you unlock registry entries, I did shoot Earth a couple times, so you'd think maybe I'd get an entry on Earth. Maybe I should shoot more things and get fired. Then there's also the fact that the laser gameplay can be a little bit repetitive. So, basically what happens is you have to aim, you have to lead your shot a little bit, and spend your time charging the cannon, and if you don't fire like very close to when you finish charging, it overheats and you have to start over. But considering sometimes the precision at which you have to lead something, the amount of steps to fire the Eye of Ra can be a little bit Alright. Eye of Ra is a different sort of experience. I imagine I didn't get as much out of it as I could have playing from a streamer perspective, one where I feel some time pressure and I need to keep things rolling and interesting. The effort put into the solar system simulation and the atmosphere is beautiful, and hearing the mundane concerns of the planet's citizens compared to the interplanetary wars that might break out is such an interesting read. Space moves at a slow pace, and relaxing and enjoying it is just the way to go, I imagine. However, a few things about the experience don't work well. For example, the coordinate system tells you the opposite coordinates of how you need to actually input them, and the registry of information appears broken to most players. I checked. That said, I think most of the story is well conveyed, foreshadowed, and executed. And I think it's a nice thought exercise and simulator. I appreciate the fact that you can continue to chill after completing objectives and just watch everything go by. Is it worth it? If you like space sims, this should be one you look at. It's a nice bite-sized story on top. So, I think that this is a solid B tier. I think I liked it more than Talamir, so I'm going to put that in there. So, congratulations, Eye of Ra. You have hit B tier, and that is to be celebrated. B tier, best tier. Alright, we're in the final two games now. We've got Neurocracy. Now, this... I know I said we had 2 games left. I am willing to debate on the front as to if this is a game. There are... What quantifies something as a video game? Like, I can say that this is a game, as in, you can explore it and have fun. But is it a video game? Because I think this is actually an ARG. Kind of. Yeah, it's an interactive project. Yeah, I don't... Like, okay, so... This is free to browse. You can go to the website right now and start trying to play Neurocracy. Because it basically takes place on its own version of Wikipedia. Be careful, because it does actually link to real Wikipedia, and, well, you know what happens when you go to real Wikipedia. You start falling down rabbit holes. So, come back. So it's free to browse, and $12 if you want a conspiracy board, which... It kinda worked. It was a little bit laggy, and it's also not very secure, so only use it for the Omnipedia website. Only use it for Neurocracy, alright? But yeah, so the length of this game, for this game, is uncalculable. Because... Basically, you have to do a deep dive into the future's Wikipedia to figure out mysteries. Like, you're sold on the mystery of a murder. You have to solve a murder based on the edits to the man's Wikipedia page. But there's also, like, other mysteries involved. Like, what's the mystery with this death related to a reality TV show? What's the mystery of this giant fungus in the woods? What's the mystery behind that one? And as such, it all ties together in, like, more and more complicated ways. So, you know, I've got to say that this is, well, okay, the genre I've put for this is paranoia sim? Rabbit hole? So it's got immensely rich world building, and a storytelling bias showcased by edit logs is excellent, because, like, there's a section of this where you can look back and forth through edit logs, and you can see people at war editing the same facts in and out facts. We don't, because of this, you don't know exactly which is which. I can definitely say one of them was using more biased language, though, so that was a fun detail to pick up on. But the cons, you need a community to understand this experience. If you play this alone, you're not gonna get the whole experience. You need to collaborate with people to understand what the fuck is happening. Like, yeah, you can't play this game alone. If it's a game. Yeah, like, I cannot beat this game. Put together this experience. Whatever you want to call it. I spent 3 hours with it, and I feel like I only barely scratched the surface, with barely a single lead on the mystery stashed within. This browser/conspiracy board, or rather, the browser/conspiracy board that comes with the donated purchase is a little bit difficult to use. Is it worth it? Go check out this project right now, even if you don't go super in-depth. There's so much to discover. Like, what? Like, I may go back at some point to look around again. I'm gonna put it in A tier. I don't think that, I think the $12 purchase to support a project like this is good. It more than deserves the price. The conspiracy board is a little bit wank and jank. Wait. It's a little bit... It's hard to use. It's hard to use. I did not really like this conspiracy board. I didn't use it for most of my look around. It was just a little bit difficult. I think a little bit more on that would be nice for the price that you're paying. But, like, you don't need that to experience this, because it is free for everyone to use, so I'm not gonna complain too hard. Like, it is wild. It's wild. I'm glad that I discovered this. I don't know if I'm ever gonna complete it, because it just seems like so much effort. Yeah. So that brings us to our final game of Tiny Game Tuesday Season 4, and that is No Pineapple Left Behind. We're back! We're finally here with the pineapples! This is what I'm talking about. We're here! Finally, you can put the pineapples on those pizzas! So, this game is $10. You can buy it on itch or on Steam, and it took me like 10 to 20 minutes per level, because it's a level-based, like, school simulator game, and, like, it's a simulation, it's a top-down, it's a puzzle game. So pros, it's got a very pointed social critique, and it's also got some silly, intriguing lore and dialogue, right? Because, like, basically how you play this game is you're supposed to basically brainwash kids into becoming pineapples, because pineapples can only focus on school, and they do very good schoolwork. But if pineapples start to make friends and stop doing as well, like, if pineapples start making friends and having a good time, they might turn back into children, and that's not very good for their grades, because Like, children have needs and desires, and pineapples do not. Like, that's what I'm talking about when it's a very pointed social critique. Cons, though, is that there's not very many ways to interact with the world in a meaningful way, and the UI is a little bit clunky. Because, like, part of the experience, like, part of the gameplay is to, like, you have to fire all your teachers pretty regularly. You have to fire people pretty regularly. If it would be nice if you could put that on a schedule, for example. Instead of just having to manually hire and fire the same position every single day. And, like, yeah, it's a little things I never thought I'd hear. Yes, I want to automate the hiring and firing process for this position. So that way we don't have to pay the principal. Like, and you can do that for teachers too. Like, if you do give teachers a good wage, right? They get so much energy and can teach so well. But we just don't have that in the budget, so put on the teleprompter. And, like, stuff like that is really cool, but, like, yeah, No Pineapple Left Behind discusses the failings of the school system very directly. From high turnover and low wages to the dehumanization of children, the pieces are very intentional to paint this picture. However, the gameplay supporting this message is a bit lacking. The menuing is a bit clunky and dull, the simulation isn't particularly intriguing to watch, and having to repeat the exact same things every day can get boring very quickly. Some compromise on the message in order to boost the gameplay could have gone a long way in making this experience stick with me. Is it worth it? It's okay, but I wouldn't go out of my way for it. Like, yeah, some compromise needed to be made. Like, some simulation games let you, like, customize your, like, for example, like, your school, your bar, your whatever, and, that makes it so that way you can optimize it in interesting ways. So that's a direction you could have gone, or, yeah, there's some micromanaging, but also not in the fun way. So, yeah, a lot of it is menuing. And it didn't really stick with me. So I appreciate the message, but I'm gonna put it below Pendulous Swing. Yeah. It didn't induce rage in me like A Whole New World did. So I think I'm gonna put it right here. And that's it. That is the tier list. Whoops. Put that away. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty. That's like that's basically 2013's whole game list right there. Because I had a lot of computer issues, so I had to keep skipping weeks. Yeah. Yeah. It feels good to be done with this. Not that I want to move away from these games, but it's been in the back of my mind that I need to do this for a while. So hopefully, Tiny Game Tuesday Season 5 tier list comes a lot sooner. Hopefully I'm able to do it way closer to the end of that season, which is coming up soon. Yes, 2023, not 2003. You see, I'm a time traveler, and I brought these games back to the past to play them for the first time, and then came back to 2023 to play them on stream. And that's why my computer started to break, because it couldn't handle time travel. It got time sickness. That's why I had to switch to this computer. Alright, I'm gonna save this tier list. Save. Shaco's official tiny game tier list season 4. And download image as well. So, if you guys have a tier list to make as well, exclamation point TGT so you can get the resources to do so. And I'd love to see your own tier list as well, even if you just rank them for, like, your enjoyment watching them, or their memorability, or their art style. However you want to rank them, go ahead. You can even rank them from price range if you want. Which ones are S tier? Well, we have Life After Magic, we have Mitos, Wide Ocean Big Jacket, and Froggy's Battle. But I don't think you should leave out the ones in A tier either. We got Katya's Abyss Tactics, One-Eyed Lee and the Dinner Party, SJ19 Learns to Love, Art School, Panmorphia, Pleroma, Stick It, Backspace Boken, Nuts, and Neurocracy. So, like, though I think those ones are, like, general ones that I would recommend to people. B tier is a little bit more niche and might get a recommendation. I'm less likely to recommend ones down here, but that doesn't mean you did a bad job, alright? You made a game, and that is important, alright? Because I haven't made a game. I barely finish things and put them out that aren't YouTube videos. So, like, kudos to you for putting in all this work, alright? It's a lot easier to sit in this chair than it is to make something and take what I'm dishing out, alright? So, I appreciate all the effort you guys put in, even if some of it didn't meet my own personal taste. So, with that, thank you guys so much for watching. Have you guys heard of Collab Not Multiplayer? That's right. You didn't think you guys could escape, did you? You didn't think you could escape the plug. We've got a new episode coming out tomorrow, and it is on... You have heard of this? Wow. Do I know you from somewhere? We're covering the Don't Escape series on our podcast tomorrow, and I need to run and I need to start posting that, actually. I'm a little bit behind, but don't worry, it's gonna be up tomorrow. I'm gonna make sure of it. But the Don't Escape series is lovely, and if you want to know why, be sure to check out the YouTube channel. It's gonna be going up at 9 a.m. tomorrow Pacific. And, yeah, we try to put out episodes every 2 weeks, and we're pretty consistent about that, so keep checking us out. We have a huge backlog at this point. We just finished, like, our, like, second, Outer Wilds August, and shortly before that we had Splatoon June. There's a lot of backlog to go through while you look forward to the next episode. We've got some interesting things coming up, I think, and I can't wait to talk about them with you guys. Whew. Now, I've spent most of my time just talking and talking and talking and talking, so my voice is a little bit tired. And so, Nightbot says you should join the Discord. The Discord is pretty rad. There's some pretty cool people there. You can share your tier list there. And if you want to help support the channel, I got a Patreon, I've got a YouTube, and those are the best ways to support the channel financially and algorithmically. So, thank you. Thank you. Let's see who we're gonna raid today. Who's live right now? Who's live? Who's live? You know, it's been a little bit since we've raided Jay Chili, and he actually played Stick It. We peer pressured him into playing Stick It. He did not make it very far. He cleared chapter 1 and then quit. And I'm very proud of him because that game is ridiculously hard, and He deserves to be able to quit whenever he wants to. You know, if only 14% of players beat the next section, then being part of the 60% to beat Chapter 1 is good enough. Alright, he's currently playing Final Fantasy on, like, one of the online ones, and I think that's 14. Final Fantasy 14 is the online one. So he's playing that, and that means that if you play that game, you can join him. And also, if you have any indie game recommendations that you want to throw at him, like, just say it, and he'll go like, oh, that sounds interesting, and he'll wishlist it, and then never play it, just like the rest of us. It's really cool. Go ahead and copy this raid message. Put any emotes on the end of it. Any of them at all, so we can bring the party to him! And remember, this week is my birthday. I'm going to be celebrating my birthday this Friday. So if you want to have party blowers as we play the final Splatfest, which is past versus present versus future, well, yes, and the B tiers. It's B tiers. It's actually past, present, and B tier. Those are the teams for the final Splatfest. Unfortunately, I didn't pick B tier. I picked Team Present. And I'm going to be fighting tooth and nail, or I guess beak and ink, for my team. And we're going to decide the fate of the next Splatoon game, which is always wild to see. So, I hope you guys are excited. Sucker. Tooth and sucker. Or beak and sucker. Yeah, sure. And who knows, maybe I'll even be wearing this hat because, you know, happy birthday! I'm gonna be making sure that there's, like, plenty of sound redeems for you guys, alright? Until then, though, I love you. Goodbye!